Yes, good people. Big up to all of you. I appreciate you all finding the time to join me on the show this particular morning. This is not the Blue Money Show. It's just a transfer watch show. But if you want, you can still call it the Blue Money Show. And that's because it's still 11:17 a.m. my time. It's deadline day. We will be following whatever that's going out there with regards to Chelsea's transfer activities to see if we'll be able to bring in a player or two this window. I doubt that's going to happen, but you never know. Anything can happen in just 3 hours in the transfer window. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go along. We sincerely do appreciate you all. Without wasting much of your time, sit back, relax, and let's get into the show. Yes, we will once again big up to all of you. Thank you so much for finding the time to join me on the panel. We'll be watching to see what's going on whether Chelsea will be able to bring in a player or two this transfer window. But we have two important news items lined up to discuss with you this particular morning. One will be shocking to a lot of people, but something you can say, if you ask me, I will. Again, you must have heard me tell you that that was going to be the case. But that's, by the way, I will keep my eyes out there, especially on X-Fair. Now, no longer Twitter Sphere. And if anything comes up, I would be rest assured this will be the first place where we'll talk about it. But more importantly, keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go along. When I'm going to go ahead and say hello to people in the chat. Big up to you too. Feel safe. Appreciate you finding the time to join the show. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much, brother. We have CFC, and that's my bro, John. Nice to see you, John. I hope you're doing well. This is for you. Hopefully the soundboard won't disappoint me. And of course it did. So let me check where the issue is coming from. But that's, by the way, John, I do hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for finding the time to join the show this particular morning. I cannot thank you enough for all your support. And thank you, John, the other day for sharing the link on Facebook. That helped us garner more likes, and a lot more people joined the show that particular day. I appreciate you. And my 2 a.m. fellow 2 a.m. brother is in the chat. Jay, nice to see you. Thank you so much for finding the time to join us this particular morning. I cannot thank you enough. And John says, okay, your brother JC are probably at work, but be rest assured if he has time, he'd come join and say hello to you. But hello, John, more importantly, I hope you're doing. Again, John, this is for you. I hope it works this time. Okay, the soundboard has refused to work. Let me see. I think this may have been the issue here. Let's do this. Okay. All right, it works now. I've seen what the problem is. But that's, by the way, without wasting much of your time, we will start addressing the items we have lined up immediately. And the first item here, Armando Broja, Armando Broja to Fulham. Here we go. That's according to the transfer guru himself, Fabrizio Romano. He's saying, just give me 1 second here. Let me okay, there you go. The tab will be gone. Says Armando Broja to Fulham. Here we go. Agreement reached on loan until the end of the season for $4 million fee to Chelsea. Broja will complete medical tests tonight in order to sign a letter. And there's an interesting aspect of his move, loan move to Fulham, that shows you the new owners, they are quick learners. They don't make the same mistake twice, in my opinion. I know a lot of people will probably differ and not, not subscribe to that. To my, you can say, suggestion that the owners learn, they are quick learners and they learn very quickly. Let's see what Phil has to say here. Unfortunately, coach, This window, we don't have the transfer window adrenaline to make us forget yesterday's massacre to Liverpool. Yeah, I tried not to talk about that for my mental health. That's how much I love this club. I actually had to. You could say, stand back a bit and say, what am I doing? I screamed at my boy. I couldn't believe it. Tears was on the verge of dropping from my eyes when I realized, what am I doing? They didn't. They're not playing for Chelsea. And yeah, I have to take care of myself more importantly, and not you can say yell at my boys after Chelsea lost the game. I see if they play for Chelsea Football Club. I tried not to talk about it. I tried not to think about it, but I just cannot, and that's because yeah, I love this club through and through, and I know we will be fine. It's a matter of time. I don't know when, but I know the owners, they're not stupid. They won't spend that much money for the sake of running the club into the gutter, as a lot of people into the gutter, as a lot of people have been claiming. But that's just me anyway. We move on to the next one. Keep dropping the likes on the stream. Big up to you too, Keyshawn. Keyshawn, how's your channel doing? I hope the channel is growing well. But nice to see you, brother. Thank you so much for finding the time to join us this particular morning. It looks like you've been very busy these days. You're seeing every blue moon, for lack of a better language there. Inter Miami not ready to play today. Still preseason for them. Yeah. They've been losing games in the preseason, right? They lost to Al Hilal too. A few games now. Have they won for a while? I can't quite remember. I've not been following them. 11 likes, and we are 14 minutes into the show. We can do better than 11 likes. I appreciate you all finding the time to join the show. And quickly, I want to appeal to those of you who are following the show, but for one reason or another, you're not able to participate in the chat. Just know that I appreciate we appreciate you, and that's because you watching alone does go a long way. But we want to ask you for one more favor, one tiny bitty favor, which is to take a second and drop a like on the stream for us. The likes that do go a long way. Nobody will even know you did that, but please help us garner more likes. Digido, 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 DDD. I like that. Is that DD? It looks like you have a YouTube channel that says, "Hello all. It's a sad day. It's a sad. It's a sad day feeling. Instead of buying the striker, we are offloading them. What is the problem with this club? They have gone insane. Here's the thing. The transfer window isn't short. It's not short yet. It's still open. It's not closed yet. And for me, anything can happen just within an hour or two. Anything can happen. But here's the thing. If we're not being selfish, if we're being truthful to ourselves, this is a good loan spell, a good loan deal for Armando Broja. He's young. The manager likes him. The club likes him. He's on a long-term contract with us. But if we're selfish, if we decide to be selfish and keep him for the sake of keeping him, knowing that Jackson is back and very soon Nkunku will be fully fit, he will not be playing that much. And that would be detrimental to his development. So I'd rather him go out on loan. And I'm going to say this: I like the details of the loan, and we'll get to that in a bit before I bring in Phil Sips to speak. I told you all Starling and Pochettino is a cross. Bali is an American cross. His thing, I don't think it makes sense. Alex said to blame Americans for it. I think they mean well. Have they been perfect? No, they've made a couple of mistakes here and there. But if you understand, if you're taking your time to think about the project and learn what it's all about, you'd know that it was always going to take time. And the fact that we had to sell a lot of players, you could argue that 90% of them wanted to leave. It was never going to be easy. But the truth remains, we should be doing way better than we're doing right now. And the second part of this particular report, let's get to it in a bit. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go along. We sincerely do appreciate you all finding the time to join the show this particular morning. Let's get to the next item. Let's go, people. Let's go. Follow up a report of Armando Broja's loan move to Fulham, which says the Fulham are paying £750,000 for Armando Broja on loan. It only goes up to 4 million as a penalty fee if he does not play a certain amount of games. So it's a good strategy. We don't want a risk where just we don't want to, you can say, experience the sort of thing that you can say, to see a repeat of the sort of thing that happened to a good player such as a good young player such as or talent such as Andrea Santos. That was awful. Even not just him, one more, and David Fofana at the German side. So I think this is a good strategy. Yeah, going from 750,000 pounds to 4 million because a player doesn't play, didn't play again a certain number of games. That will get the club to field him. And I'm quite sure they had a lengthy conversation, and Fulham promised them he's going to play. Yeah, so it's a good deal for him, and they have a good manager that will help him. You can say become do well. Let's see. Gabriel is saying so little transfer news and signing in the Premier League. I forgot the window closes today. A lot of people forgot the window closes today, especially Chelsea players. And you could argue lots of clubs are cautious given the profitability, FA's the profitability rules and all that could get you into facing points deduction. And for us, I think we're good. I think our priority is not to sign a player in a rush. And I heard from Fabrizio Romano yesterday that his potential transfer to another club has become even more complicated, and that's because the window ends soon. I don't know if the German window is still open. Let's see what else we have here. But nice to see you, Gabriel. I hope you're doing well. I appreciate you finding the time to join the show this particular morning. We have a Brazilian 19-year-old going on loan, while Barca, Madrid, them utilizing these players, while Pochettino loaning them out. Yeah, so it's up to the manager to decide whether he wants a player or not. So not really. And why did Poch play a high line against Liverpool? It's laughable. And I think here's the thing. I'm going to say this again. For my mental stability's sake, I really do know what to talk much about that game. And that's because here's the thing. I was so angry. We I actually honestly did think he was going to go with the same strategy he used against them in our season opener against Liverpool, and he worked effectively. And he didn't do that. Why, I don't know. He forgot we don't again. Maybe he doesn't know his players that much. He seemed to have forgotten that Thiago Silva isn't the quickest. He seemed to have forgotten the Benoit Badiashile. I did tell my friend and bro Trevoh after our last game. Benoit looks as he's lacking, as if he's lacking. He was lacking in confidence that game before that Liverpool game, and lo and behold, I think that's the case. There's an excellent player in him, an intelligent player at that, good passing range, good ball carrier. But of late, he's looked so bad, and that's because he lacks confidence. But that's my opinion anyway. Let's hear you. Let's hear you, brother. If you're there, let's hear you. Sorry, let's hear you. Gosh, Phil. Your thoughts on Armando Broja leaving alone? Is that a sign that will probably most likely sign window closed, or do you think that will be all right? But let's hear you.
Big up, coach. Big up, panel, and the comment section. I think this loan is actually a brilliant loan. The reason I say that is because when it comes to Fulham, seems like they have something specific they actually do when it comes to center forwards. If
Mhm,
you remember what they did, like during the summer, excuse me, they bought Raul Jimenez, and Raul Jimenez was just dusty, and he was just really bad. He was not finishing. He was not even playing at Wolves. But the way they took him and they nurtured him and he started scoring, it's almost like they just have some kind of ingredient which they put on strikers to an extent that even
mhm,
if they were not as confident, they actually start firing. So with Armando Broja going to Fulham, I think it's going to be a very, very good loan for him. And with this kind of penalty which is there, it now means that I think with Fulham, for them to pay this penalty, he needs to have played less than half of the games which they now have left until the finishing of this season. So I'm pretty sure that with him going there, it's going to mean that he gets more game time and he gets a bit of confidence as well as some minutes, because I feel like with Broja he's not a bad striker at all. He just doesn't have that confidence which he once had last season before he got that injury. So him going to Fulham, I think it's actually a very, very good decision for him, because it's going to mean he can actually develop much better than what was going to happen if he stayed at Chelsea right now, because we still have Jackson, which means Jackson is supposed to be starting almost like all the games which we have. Because personally, I don't think we're going to be putting someone like Nkunku to play center forward, because that's not his right position. It's either he plays as a second striker or he
Mhm.
plays as a 10 or maybe on the flanks, which means right now, with the way things are, because I don't feel like Chelsea are going to buy any other player within this window, which means we have Jackson, we have Palmer playing false nine, as well as Nkunku playing false nine at times. But for me personally, I don't feel like Palmer should be playing as a false nine, because we've tried that experiment almost like 4 or 5 times already. And mostly we don't win those games whereby we don't have a striker up forward. So at least even if we have Jackson, I know most people they are going to criticize me, or they are not going to be happy when they hear that Jackson is going to continue as our center forward. But if you actually look at what he has done this season, it's actually something to commend about, because imagine he's just a young kid, he's 22. He has come to
Yeah,
a
he's still
club
very
as
young,
a
and that's
new.
after a long. Again, he's been out for a while with an injury, so it was never going to be easy. But go ahead.
Exactly. And with Jackson coming to a new country as well as a new league, which is much more difficult, then it means that at least is going to actually improve from what he has done already, because he has played I think about 22 games. He has
Hmm.
scored 8 goals and he has 2 assists. For someone who is coming the first time to the league, it's something actually good, because you look at some of the strikers who come in first to the Premier League, they don't always have it much easier. Look at Darwin Nunes when he started at Liverpool. He had it difficult, but now he's starting to actually show that he's that kind of player. But with Jackson, I can see him finishing at double digits this season, at least maybe around 13, 14, 15 goals, which is going to be much, much better. Because imagine he's someone who is just starting at least for this season. Then with time, as we continue, is going to get even much, much better. And most people they criticize him, but they're actually wrong for criticizing him, because I think he can only get better with age.
Yep, thank you so much. Let's see what else we have here to address quickly. I think which one was I on? Okay, this is from Digido saying, what target do you think Bali gave to Pochettino when he hired him in terms of league opposition? I'll just use, you can say, a simpler language, probably to achieve a European place, to achieve a place in the table where we get to play in Europe, because that's money. Yep. But I'm not too sure. That's just me speculating. But that's by the way, nice to see you, Joshua Dan. Nice to see you again, brother. Big up, coach. Good to be back. Yep, I've missed you, brother. I hope you're doing well. hope you're well. Bring back, yeah, it's not easy. It's never going to happen, except if he has a buyback clause there. Indefinite said Poch concerns me because he does not seem to understand what works with certain teams. We played 3-4-2-1, and we were not overrun in the midfield. These first half tactics and his substitutions are bad. I wanted them again. It turns out he didn't pay attention to what he did right in the last time. But please, right now we're talking about Armando Broja joining Fulham. Try to keep the topics aligned. If you want me to read whatever you have in the chat, otherwise I'm gonna assume you're having a conversation with someone else there. Potter, we finished 12th at Pochettino. We finished at 14th at the top. Chelsea, okay. Let's see what else we have here. Big up to you, to Indefinite. Nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. I appreciate you finding time to join the show. Let's see. Please sell Starling. You cannot. And you're sounding as if I have the right to do that. You just can't sell him right now. And selling Starling wouldn't be easy. I think the only easiest thing to do would be to terminate his contract. Yeah, even that wouldn't be easy, and that's because you'd have to pay him quite a lot to accept to leave. And you can say yeah, and end his contract with Chelsea Football Club. He's one of our top earners. He's on 300 and something thousand pounds per week, and I don't see any club paying that for him, except maybe a club from Saudi Arabia, given how much he earns, his current salary, maybe Saudi Arabia. Let's see what else we have here. We need the players with the heart of Drogba, Terry, Ivanovic, Lampard. These players have no heart in the team, very young, inexperienced, and I've always said this, kids will always be kids. And that was why during the start of the season, when people were asking me where do I think we'd finish, I've always told them I'm not too sure. I can't say anything, but all I know is that we'll do well, better than a lot of people expect us to do, and I'm still at that. But I think we can win one cup, local. You can say we can win one cup competition. I'm not sure which one yet. More likely, I think it's you could argue us losing to Liverpool at Anfield. Anfield probably could turn out to be a blessing in disguise. Because in the finals, I think they will come to the finals with their shoulders, you can say, probably with overconfidence that they're going to beat us. And that would be on a neutral ground at Wembley. So we have a chance to beat them. And hopefully that loss will still, you can say, yeah, light the fire in the buttocks of our players. Buttocks of our players that they will, yeah, go into that game on the 25th of this month, knowing that, yeah, they need it's pay with you can say that it's payback time, that we have to win that one. But keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go a long way. Holland came and did it. Okay. Let's see what else we have here. Yesterday proved to me that we need 5 more elite level players, but we might get only kids. We need Osimhen, hopefully. Again, given all the talks, rumors out there, everything we're seeing, chances are he'd come to us in the summer. But yeah, it's not a given, and that's because all the clubs, other clubs are interested. But let's see. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go along. We appreciate you all finding the time to join the show. Let's see what else we have here. We, the fans, need to get real serious, or else we get relegated. I don't think the fans we can change anything. And here's the thing. It's not like I get it. A 4-1 loss, I think it's too much. The manager, I blame the manager. More importantly, his strategy didn't work, and he didn't change it. He stuck to it, and he ended badly for us. But beyond that, I think we've actually done well of late. But I'm not saying. But I'm close to saying Poch out, and I think I'll get probably. You can say I'll get there soon. But I'm being cautious, and that's because I like to judge people objectively, and there are reasons why when I look at them, I can't quite say that right now, but I hope I don't get there. Let's see what else we have here. Big up to you, to Rich Money Makers. I am fed up of Poch tactics. What tactics? Yeah, just and Joe, it's ball is money spending. Let's see what else we have here. Big up to you too, Mason. Nice to see you. Been a while. Yeah, that's the truth. The team drains me more than you. Cannot believe it, but still got love for the Chelsea community fan. Yep. I'm gonna say this. The reason I'm trying to avoid talking about that game. We lost. I was so infuriated. I was so mad. I was so pissed. I yelled at my boys, my 7-year-old, 4-year-old, unnecessarily. I couldn't believe it. I had to pull over and apologize to them. That's because I realized what the heck am I doing here? My kids don't play for Chelsea. That's to show you, yeah, the love is there, but it can be dangerous if you dwell on it too much. I have hope. I know. Look, it could have been worse in so many ways. And believe me, we've done well than a lot of people expect us to do. And I believe, yeah, we'll be good. But I think it would take time, and I've always known that, which was why I've refused to tell anybody we're gonna make finish top 4, top 6, top anything. I've been saying that since the start of the season, and that's because I'm not too blind to see that we have an entirely new squad, new manager, and chances are the manager isn't the right man for the job. I'm not there yet, but I'm getting there because I have a lot of questions. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes to go along where I miss. Yeah, we all do miss them, but we can't dwell on that. Let's see. Sorry about switching topics. So Broja needed to be sold. I think his career was ruined by that knee injury. Here's the thing. Do I think it's okay to say that a player 21, 22, I'm not saying you've done anything wrong. That player's career is ruined. No, he still has a long way to go. Chances are in 2, 3 years, he'd be one of the best strikers in the world because that's a good player in him. I think the biggest problem at Chelsea right now for him is that Nkunku will be fully fit soon. Nicholas Jackson is back, and Cole Palmer can play the number 9, can fulfill the number 9 role in a liquid approach or fluid approach, if that's the language you prefer. So there will be limited opportunities for him. And if you decide to keep him, it will just be, you can say, selfishness that will eventually be detrimental to Armando Broja's development. So I think they've made the right decision. And if I work for the club, I'd ask them to do the same. And if he stays and not play that much and we decide to sell him in the summer, we will not get a sizable fee from him. And that's because in the summer, I'm quite sure we'll be spending quite a lot. Yeah. And the lack of, you can say, activities in this particular transfer window, if we're to believe that. But believe me, we're still there. We're still in the January. It hasn't closed yet. Anything can happen in just an hour or two. You don't know. I think his career was ruined. You think his career was ruined by the injury. Before that injury, he played fearlessly, and now he plays timidly, similar to Ruben Loftus-Cheek and Callum Hudson-Odoi. Ruben Loftus-Cheek actually he's firing all cylinders for AC Milan right now. Sorry about no worries about that, brother. Coach, remove Gallagher in a sports jet. He's not going anywhere. Were you the first to tell me that? I scheduled that show before we heard that he's not going anywhere. But you know, you didn't. I've been telling you guys that if he leaves in January, this transfer window, that I do a $50 giveaway. That beyond that, I don't know what's going to happen. Beyond January transfer window, that chances are he's going to leave. But we get to Gallagher in a bit. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes to go a long way. Let's hear what's going on here. And summer window is meant to be the final part of the plan. Let's see. I think I agree with you. And here's the let's say something quickly. 2 reasons I'm arguing that the owners they're quick learners. I think you could argue it makes sense to argue that they did not become billionaires by not learning from their mistakes. They take risks and then they take corrective measures and do better. They don't quit. They you can say they take on an endeavor, make mistakes, learn from their mistakes, and then become even better. For instance, they gave Graham Potter a 5-year contract, right? And it was difficult to get rid of him. And then now they hired Mauricio Pochettino. They gave him a 2-year contract with an option to extend it to a further year to make it 3 years. They've learned. And then another thing is that they sent what's his name? The Andrea Santos, the young Brazilian the Brazilian wonder kid. I think he merits to be called again. You can call him that because he's that good. They sent him on loan to Nottingham Forest, and he didn't play. So they learned from that. Now Broja has gone on loan to Fulham, and they will be paying £750,000 for Broja. Uh, that's what they're supposed to pay. But if he doesn't play a certain amount of game, they pay £4 million. Yeah. So they've learned. So you can say, I get it. By now, the reason why I mentioned those two cases is this. By now, I think they've heard from the manager too, and I'm quite sure they listen to the fans, and I'm sure they've heard the fans complain for lack of experience in the team, lack of balance. It's important if you have youth and experience, then you can achieve a lot right now. But with just youth alone, you see inconsistency and all that. So they've learned from that and probably just not in a rush to make signings and make mistakes. So you could argue, I agree with you. The summer is when everything will be complete. So in the summer, they will make some excellent signings, more experienced signings to balance out the squad. And next season, we'll be firing on all cylinders. And I strongly believe that's the case. And I'm going to come back to letting you know they did not become billionaires by being stupid. They're very smart people, and believe me, if anybody tells you, yeah, they bought Chelsea and now they're turning Chelsea into nonsense, they want to, you can say, run the club into gutter, that all they care about is money. It's absolute nonsense, because that argument just doesn't make sense. Why? Yeah, for Chelsea to attract big name sponsors, you'd have to be playing in Europe. You'd have to be winning trophies. And that's when big name sponsors will look at you and say, you know what, I'm going to go sponsor this club. And that's because they will expose our brand more. But people don't reason like that. They just jump to conclusions. But that's just me anyway. Let's see what is the second part of your comment here says. A summer window is meant to be the final part, and I agree with you. Yep, they've learned from their mistake, and I'm quite sure they will make some excellent signings in the summer. Most likely, hopefully, Osimhen will be part of that, or any other, say, a good striker. See how it will turn out. Not too hopeful. Big restructuring needed, but let's hope some real footballing man takes us in the right direction. I haven't given up on my club. Yep, and I'm going to say something I've said. I came into the season knowing that it will be a long way. Yeah, maybe it's proven to be longer than I expected it to be. But I'm not too concerned. Chelsea is not good for my mental welfare. If you dwell on situations, on the issues we're having too much, chances are it will cause you problems. And I've told you the story of how I yelled my boys, and when I saw the face of my 4 year old, I pulled over and apologized to them. And that's because I was able to realize immediately, wait, these are not Chelsea players. If you understand my point. But let's see. Coach, big up to you to Chelsea Blue. Poch has broken the Chelsea fan base. Heston, I'm getting closer to saying Poch out, and that's because he got it all wrong on today. Plus, you don't just blame him, you blame the kids too. Maybe some of them were overwhelmed by the super atmosphere in our way. And you can see the contrast between how well we're doing at home and how badly we're doing away. So, yeah, I said seventh to finish the season. I am sticking to seventh. Let's see. I'll take that. We are not that far in the table. Mathematically, actually, we can still make it to top four. But we cannot drop points again. Wolves and other smaller clubs, I think we will win. We will do well. How well? I'm still saying I don't know how well. Of the existing managers available in the summer, I haven't my you can say my I haven't gone that far. The summer, would you choose? I am going back with Thomas Tuchel or Hansi Flick. Flick will struggle in the Premier League, and I'm going to say this, and that's because he doesn't know how to be pragmatic. But that's just my opinion. The problem is we need experienced elite level players. Clearly, won't do it. I think they will. They've signed you elite talents. Maybe I would say, let them sign elite experience players to balance things out. And I can assure you, we will They know, understand it's important that they do that, but probably we'll wait till the summer. I don't think the ownership has learned anything. Okay, if they have, it seems to be taking a longer time. Okay, let's see what happens. Desmond, nice to see you. Big up. Why is Pochettino and players letting fans down? I don't know. I don't have an answer to that question. I have to be honest with you. Fabrizio, Fulham, and Chelsea preparing documents. Yep, that one is done. All of those players are senior players. How much more excuses we want? I'm not making excuses for anybody. I just try the best. I always try to be as objective as I can. But I'm a human being. Sometimes the situation gets to me, but I try not to let it, you can say, drain the life out of me, because yeah, it can do that. And if I'm not a content creator, yeah, by now that's the sort of situation where I delete every sports news app from my devices so I don't hear Chelsea this, Chelsea that. But I've gotten used to it. But the truth remains, it still gets me to, you can say, to lash out at people, my loved ones, without realizing what I'm doing, that they don't play for Chelsea Football Club, or they're not the club's manager. Chelsea board and players should get serious, or else. Let's hear you. Please keep the topics aligned, people, for sure. And Kashaba, nice to see you. Kashaba Isaac, I like your last name. Some pronounce it as Isaac, some pronounce it as Isaac. And coach, I think Poch doesn't understand that Chelsea are one of the most hated clubs in England. This is not sports. We were never the EPL darlings. I like that comment. That may well be the case. Big up to you too, JC, my bro. Nice to see you. I appreciate you finding the time to join the show. And this is for you, brother. Thank you so much. Yeah, Club Union and everyone. Yeah, Pochettino is what's coaching. Wow, just take it easy. And my bro, Shirinat, is in the house. This is for you, bro. I appreciate all the love that it's shown to the Chelsea Perspective community. And Shirinat is saying, big up Kuchila. Chelsea board is the modern day Moneyball. See the movie if you don't know. So let's see where they take us. I'm listen. I have confidence, but I'm just going to say something I said when I talked about them a few minutes ago. They didn't become billionaires by being dumb or stupid, if that's the language you prefer. They take risks, and that's why they are billionaires. And they become billionaires because when they take risks, they make mistakes, and then they take corrective measures and then go at it again. And believe me, you've heard people talk about how they want to build 100 points team plus or something like that. They're serious about it, but they've made mistakes and they learn from that mistakes. And I'm here for the journey. It will be, you can say, heart wrenching, heartbreaking. It will be life, you can say, life draining or energy draining, but I'm all for it. Honestly, there are people who's been through worse with Chelsea Football Club, and we're here today. See the movie, I'll try and see it. So let's see where they take us. Yeah, exactly. Just let's relax. It's not going to be easy, but we'll get there. Get more folks subscribing to this channel. Keep the blue flag flying high. Hi, much love to you, brother. I appreciate you. It says, I'm sorry, no lose 10-0. Okay, let's see what happens there. False report of pies about Broja. What did he say? I don't know. Biggest problem is the owners, manager, and Starling. Wow. So, coach, what is the latest mistake, Poch? Yes, and I'm gonna say the big mistake he made, in my opinion. I was so mad. Usually, I watch games 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times. I was so mad that I haven't even watched it the second time. Even the highlights, I've refused to watch, and that's because we were here. We talked about how effective, how we played them that day. We didn't play with highline on the day. We were, you can say, we're cautious. We attacked them, but we were defensively cautious at the same time. But yesterday he forgot. Listen, the last game Badiashile played before the last one, I think Roger is here. He was one of the first that started mentioning he didn't look it. Something is off. And I told Tubejo, my bro and friend, that this guy looks like he's lacking confidence right now. And the manager should have known that. Why risk too much the way we played? Liverpool, I don't know what he was thinking. The structure we saw when the game started was out of nowhere. Why that was the case, I simply do not understand. And for me, it didn't work, and he didn't change it. That's it. But I'm avoiding talking about it because it's gonna get me pissed, and I don't want to be lashing out at my loved ones. Honestly, for my mental health sake, I want to talk about
And
more about
coach,
transfers. In all honesty, I have to be truthful to you. Ball's intentions are there for us to succeed. It's just he needs to follow on things from Roman. The coach must be a world class or very, very good. I think they will learn, but let's see what happens. The board are Americans, okay? The baseball mentality doesn't work in soccer. Wow. Okay. Yeah, and me, I'm from Japan, so I'm not taking any offense there. Poch has improved by the Ashile. You're going to that itch place. I've told you that.
coach, another thing which I noticed, right?
Yeah.
The problem we're having is Chelsea fans. All of us, we have one problem. We have this. How do I call it? This Abramovich syndrome, whereby we still think we're being run by Abramovich, whereby we just do higher and fire, and we win trophies. That kind of play doesn't work nowadays,
It
and
would, and they're
you
not
would
going to
want
do
to
that.
exactly you would want to hire a coach right now. Then you paper on those cracks that are there, like what we did with Tuchel. We're still having problems even by the time Sari came to Chelsea. We're still having problems, but the issue was we're peppering all those cracks with hiring and firing, but that doesn't work anymore because when you hire and fire, you need to buy players for that specific manager and how he plays. After you fire him, you need to sell some of those players and you still need to buy some more players as well. That's not sustainable if we actually look at it. We need to build something whereby we know it's going to be sustainable. I understand what these owners they want to do right now. They want to start getting players. Maybe we buy players when they are still younger before they can actually
Mhm.
cost, let's say, 100 million, like
Yeah.
what we
Hey,
did with
and Phil,
Caicedo.
just quickly, please. I'm going to bring in Roger so he speaks. I'll come back to you in a bit. This is the same structure problem which we have been pointing
Okay,
fingers
sure.
at since November. Somewhere he doesn't see it. Somehow he doesn't see it, and I'm going to blame him for that. Here's the thing. I get it. The referee was awful. But beyond that, we couldn't play either. If you look at how many shots in total, especially in the first half, it's concerning. Roger the Legend that's in the house and what more of what you say there. What are the experience? Let's see what else we have here. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go along with coach. I'm calling it now. Tuchel or Almiron will be the next coach in line. Don't forget at the start, Bali wanted is it Amiron? Is that his name? You're talking about Sporting CP's coach, but we'll find out. No
Yeah,
Mbappe
Almori.
incoming. I don't see Mbappe coming. Stalin to South End United. Don't deal. Yeah, good job. Phil, I'll let you finish, then I'll bring Roger in because Roger was supposed to speak next. But go ahead, I'll let you drop now.
Okay, sure. I wanted to actually respond to what this other guy said about Almorim and Tuchel. The issue is
And just quickly,
right
Vic,
now
big up to you. Nice to see you, Vic. I appreciate you finding the time to join the show. Go ahead,
the issue we have
Phil.
now, coach, is if we still hire Almorim, let's say we sack Poch, then we hire him to start the preseason and everything. By this time next season, we'll still be around the same position and we'll be crying again and we won't move forward, which will mean we need to give Poch time. In as much as I hate that to say we need to give him time, we still need to give him time to actually fix what is actually broken right now before we can actually say we go and hire another coach. Because if we hire another coach right now, we'll still be back at this position next season around this same time. We'll be crying for that coach to be sacked again and bring in another one. Even if that coach actually comes and plays maybe good football for just a few months, we'll actually regress again and we still have to come back here and we still have to advocate for that same coach to be sacked again. So it's not going to be sustainable. We need to give the coach time. At least give him
Right.
until end of the season, because the season hasn't finished yet. We only played how many games? We've played, I think, 22 or 23 games. We still have games until we can play, let's say, 38 games. We still have a final we need to play. So we need to at least be patient. In as much as that's difficult for Chelsea supporters, we just need to be patient.
All right, thank you so much, Roger. I'm going to come to you. We'll still get to talk about the game while we wait to see if anything happens in the transfer market. We have two news items, but people in the chat led us to discussing the game. I know I cannot afford that. Even I'm trying to avoid it really for my mental health. Let's take a big up, Vic. Just saying hello there. Let's see what else we have. Keep dropping the likes on the tune. To simplify it, coach, it's a young squad, and Poch is the uncle who we know like a little like a little, but the young generation don't really respect that much. I feel like the players like Poch but not respect. Wow, that's some argument right there. And big up Bobby is in the house. Bobby, this is for you. I appreciate you finding the time to join the show. I hope you're doing well. Let's see what else we have here. Liberty saying our team is fine. The problem is coach. Why playing four midfielders and strikers? Okay. Sunderland come to beat the Stalin. Okay. Yeah, I like that. Keep it, Gaza. Keep entertaining us. That's good. Coach, you're going to let me a timeout to Chimera for jinxing Chilwell before kickoff. Yeah. I think you had. I don't know if you have superpower yet. Roger, let's hear you. Armando Broja going on loan to Fulham, and let me read you these two reports. And Roger, by the way, this is for you. I appreciate you finding the time to join the show whenever you can. So much appreciation there. This says Amanda Broja to Fulham. Here we go. 4 million fee for Chelsea, but someone here, and this is Miguel Delaney and some other Chelsea news carriers, for lack of a better language, is saying Fulham will be paying £750,000 for Broja on loan. It only goes up to 4 million as a penalty fee if he does not play a certain amount of games. They learned from Andreas Santos's loan. But Roger, what do you make of this deal? A good one for him. You think we're making a mistake if we don't? It would be a mistake if we don't bring in any replacement. Even if we're not able to bring in a replacement, do you think it's good for him, or do you think we should have kept him?
There are positives and negatives. Hello, gentlemen. Pleasure as
Big up
always.
to you too, Roger.
Well, the big advantage for him is obviously he doesn't have to change a house or flat, so that's a good thing.
Oh, still in London, right?
I mean, a couple of miles apart, literally, very close. Here's the advantage: the structure of the contract does indeed merit him playing more than not. The bad, or I'd say the disadvantage from Chelsea's perspective, is we've had a person that Nkunku has played for us twice. Once in the preseason, got hurt, returned 4 or 5 months later, played barely 1 to 2 games, got hurt. He's just returning. Just like the rest of the squad, we are not able to maintain a healthy, starting, consistent squad, let alone first team. So because of the fact that we seem to have an inordinate amount of injuries, this begs the question, what makes you think we can stay healthy? So in all positions around the field, by the way, for the most part, even the bloody keeper's hurt, the original Sanchez. So I'm sorry, if we were a very healthy team that had very few injuries, yeah, you're always going to have knocks. Then I'd say, okay, no problem. But guess what? Nkunku has shown that he has a propensity to not stay healthy. When we signed him, he was hurt. When he came here, last game of this preseason, got hurt, out for 4 or 5 months, returned very little, is re-injured, more than we anticipated yet again. So this is a physical league, much more physical than the German league. So because of that lacks depth. So this puts us in a bind if Nkunku does go down. Don't forget, Jackson isn't your prototypical number 9. And let's be honest with ourselves. Guess what? I don't believe that Palmer is been that successful playing in the false number 9 because he's not a number 9 by trade. So we're thin in that position. Is this chap ready? Is this chap in form? Is he playing like he was prior to the injury? No to all of those, of course. So, but I'm just saying, from Chelsea's perspective, it doesn't make sense other than possibly gaining 4 million and not paying his salary. And I'm not even sure what the salary deal is. Are we paying part of it, all of it, none of it? We don't know. At least I don't know. So these questions need to be addressed. My only concern is the fact that we have yet to maintain a consistent, healthy player throughout the team for the most part. So that puts us in a bind. And as for the game, coach, I get what you're saying with regards to Pochettino, because
you're going to be shocked what I'm going to say next, Roger. I'm just playing the devil's advocate here.
Yeah. Well, you know what? So did I. I was disappointed.
That's your ID. You get my point now. That's your ID.
Yeah. But here's the deal, though. Pochettino, he didn't go with what I would have thought he would have, with a more pragmatic back three, especially when you consider we're playing away, not at home. We have a very poor away record this season, I mean. And so, but more importantly, it's when you look at it, we were the first 10 minutes, I was quite concerned. After 15, after an extra 5 minutes, it was quite apparent that we were being overwhelmed. After 20, it was irrefutable. Would I have liked to have seen an in-game change? Yes, and that disappointed me. Having said that, I think it was 20 minutes, 22 minutes. We only had 35% of the possession, or 38, I forget now. And so without possession, what formation did we use? We used a 4-4-2 with Palmer and Gallagher up top for the most part. This was our formation without the ball. In other words, the vast majority of the time. And you know what? You know me. I believe, yes. Now, he did change it to a 4-3-3 in the second half, once the second half changed, you know.
Looks
so
like you have rewatched it, have you?
Yeah, I've watched it twice more.
You're stronger than me.
Yeah, no, but you know what? You know my
but
ethos.
You get why go ahead, Roger. I'll let you speak, brother.
You know my ethos. You know my logic here. Yes, a manager is. I tell you what he is responsible for. The lack of discipline from these players, kicking the ball away, being petulant towards the referee, making incredibly poor decisions, losing your cool around our 18-yard box. Yes, the manager has to instill discipline. Yes, it's a very young team with one or two, very few exceptions. But then again, it's his and the coaching staff's responsibility to instill that level of discipline. And that doesn't. That
Can you do me a favor, Roger? Let's leave out the game. Talking about the game right now. We'll come back
I just want to.
when
sure.
Yeah.
I just want to say this one thing though, but I will just give me 30 seconds to a minute. But you know,
go ahead. Don't worry, Roger.
The players didn't execute. You look at a Sterling. You look at a Chilwell. You look at a Badiashile. You look at Disasi. And by the way, for half the game, each of them played out of position and in position. And they were equally poor, whether they were playing centre-back or full-back. And this is concerning. You look at Madueke, couldn't get past Van Dijk once, one-on-one. But yet you had a small, minuscule Jota got through two of our centre-backs. That was telling. We
foul
were
him outside the box at least. It doesn't have to be a clean tackle. Knock him down.
And then you saw bloody Enzo. I'm sorry, he's been usually very press resistant. There were multiple occasions where he couldn't maintain. He wasn't press resistant on numerous occasions. You look at Liverpool's midfield. You look at them. You look at McAllister, and you look at, I can't pronounce their number 8's name, Chalobah, or whatever his name is. They were bigger, faster, stronger. That's not a matter of opinion. That's a matter of fact. And so you look at that, and we were overpowered. And you look at that 4-4-2, the other four. You look at Madueke and what's his name, my cousin, inept, couldn't hold the ball up. So yes, you can say about Poch, but not really, because it doesn't matter what formation we used. I think I've definitely come to the conclusion now that, especially in the double pivot, Enzo and Caicedo are not big, fast, and strong enough to play. They're overwhelmed. These chaps, first of all, I'll tell you another thing. Poch is at fault for our players turning up flat, because we were flat, and Klopp had his team. He had them amped up. And you know what? We couldn't handle their press. We were not press resistant from the back, the middle, or the front. And that was the telling signs to me, is the fact that it looked like boys versus men. And we were making schoolboy errors. That's all I have to say. I'm being honest, and I'm not being overly critical. I'm not being bombastic. I'm giving an honest assessment after logically watching the game twice, and it was telling.
I haven't watched the game for a second time, and
It's
I don't think I will
painful.
for a while.
It's not
Well,
easy
let
on
me
the
continue
eyes.
what we have in this chat, so we give Bobby a chance to speak about Broja. We will also talk
Hola,
about Conor
Bobby.
Gallagher, then we get into talking about the game proper. Good evening to you too, Mr. Temidayo Oluwaraki. Nice to see you, brother. I hope you're doing well. I appreciate you finding the time to join the show this particular afternoon. For me, it's beyond morning now. Ooh, Windows 11. I hate this. If something pops up, okay, nice to hear that you're fine. Obi Gerenge, Obi Broja is after Fulham. Obi, nice to see you. Roger Broja hasn't scored a goal this season. I have Washington and 6 other strikers in the squad. It doesn't make any difference for Broja. It is important to play every game after ACL for building strength. And Heston, I'd say this, but I'd rather keep Wiki Broja than David Washington. That's because Washington is the unknown completely. Broja, at least we know what he can do. We know he's been out for a while. All he needs is to play as much as possible. But I'm not too fussed that he's gone on loan. I'm not going to be selfish. Let him play and become, you can say, continue developing. It'd be better for us in the future. Let's see, Chelsea, please. Okay, he will help us. Liberty. Manguiro, I hope so. I will talk to my bosses at the club. Go away, bro. Does not give my team points. Edward, nice to see you. I appreciate you. There are days of silence, sorrow in the season of our life. There are wild, despairing moments, and there are hours of mental strife. But the waiting time, my brothers, is the hardest time of my life. Yeah, is Gallagher deal still happening? I don't think he leaves. And I've told you guys, if he leaves, I owe the community $50 giveaway. But we get to the Gallagher story. We're still on Broja. Not staying. Let's see anything else here. Keep dropping the likes. The look for the defense, everything. Let's see. His history is repeating. Tony Roger is back. Let's see. And for my mental health, you and I the same. I have decided to stay away from any form of passionate endearment to whatever comes out of Chelsea performances. Yeah, I would just watch or listen. You're still there. As long as you're just watching or listen. No, Roger, without the ball, it was back for. But we get to that in a bit.
Hold on
I
one
actually
second,
don't want to talk
JC.
about the game.
Hold on one second, JC. I said when we didn't have the ball, it was a back four. It was a 4-4-2. I never said it was a back three. So I don't know. Unless I misspoke. No, it was a 4-4-2 without the ball. And with the ball, it was a back four for the most part. I didn't see much of a back three. I mean, maybe in transition, perhaps, you had even, what's his name? Enzo come back deep to collect the ball in the second half. But it was a back four primarily, all the time.
All right, thank you. This here says Chelsea, please. Okay, I've read that one. And a lot of people, Marcelo, Jude, I appreciate you finding the time to join the show. A good day, coach, and everyone. Yeah. For me, I haven't. It will take a while, but I will endure and hopefully get through it soon. As it is right now, I don't know what to think about Chelsea aside the daylight robbery displayed by the referee. But beyond that, we didn't do enough to win, even if they awarded us 2 penalties. But the argument will still come up that had they done that, maybe it'd make a difference. But yeah, we were awful. I saw the worst lackluster display from our team. Lasting so sad. It broke my heart. I didn't know what to say. Coach Soja, I'm not reading that. I'm
It's
just move
okay.
on. Chilwell has been a very poor. Let's see, Roger.
He
If
was
we have to
horrible.
call, okay. Why are you guys? Everybody, Roger. Leave the man alone. Nothing worked yesterday. It was as if we were scared or completely overpowered. You could argue overwhelmed by the size of the fact that we were playing at Anfield. I think it was it Roger that talked about during the pregame show that could be an issue. I can't quite remember who exactly. They played like we'll never need points last night, and probably their manager took their time to study why we were able to outplay them in the first in our season opener game. The window is dead. Okay, coach, have you forgotten Jackson already? No, I haven't. I haven't. Coach, sorry there. I mean, for okay. The first half is unacceptable from the ref for a game of that magnitude yesterday. I know discipline has been an issue, but the ref was poor. Oh yeah, no question about that. But beyond that, did we do enough? Let alone that, yeah, it was the referee that led to us not winning. I'd say no. Coach, is Diggy not competing? Possibly. You never know. Roger, imagine he booked Enzo and Casado pivot. They were playing on skates after that. That's an issue.
Even before they got booked, they were putrid.
Yeah, even before they got booked, we were poor. 4-1, 4-1. Okay.
Yes and no with the 4-1, 4-1. And here's the deal, the refereeing or lack thereof was an issue, but let's be honest, it's that they're too mutually exclusive. Did we deserve 1 to 2 penalties? Yes, we did, but that doesn't mean we weren't outplayed in all facets of the game. 15 shots to 1, and our 1 was more like a back pass. Let's be honest, we never ever really challenged their keeper once in the first half, and we only got back in the game after they had stopped pressing us. Let's be genuinely honest here.
Yeah, and I agree. Maybe we should play 4-4-3. I think that will help. Yeah. Coach, please give us superpower fast. White Chimera. Let's talk about that later. And let's welcome Bobby. Bobby is in the house. Bobby, let's start you by Armando Broja leaving. We have Gallagher, then we get to the game, and I'll hand over to either you and Roger. And I'm serious. That's because for my mental health sake, I need a break. And there's a lot going on. I've been burned out. The system didn't help. I had to even update it to Windows 11 and all that. But Bobby, big up to you. Let me welcome you again. Much love to you. Let's hear you. Armando Broja joining Fulham. Do you think that means we will most definitely sign someone this window, at least even for a short term, maybe for on a permanent? You never know. I heard Fabrizio Romano talk about Girassi. He's an excellent striker, but he said probably a bit too late to get what's his club to sign him. But let's hear you, Bobby. What do you make of Broja going to joining Fulham on loan? And forget about the fact that the deal is you could say structured in a way that he has to play. Otherwise, they'll pay nearly 3 times of the amount they will pay if he gets to play. But let's hear you.
Yeah, pick up, guys. Can you hear me well? I'm using a sort of new device, so I really don't know.
Crystal clear, actually. Looks like you're using a dedicated microphone, actually, not a phone.
Yes, I am. Maybe I can use this again another time. I don't know, but for now, I'll enjoy it. Yeah,
It's
I mean,
excellent.
two things just before Broja. The match, I'm going to enjoy talking about it. I find I'm far more relaxed and accepting of it than so many of the fan base, which I understand why they're not. But I will give my explanations. Armando Broja, interesting one. I don't know. It could mean one of 3 things. First of all, which I think is probably foremost, it could mean that the ownership and the coaching crew have seen that Broja needs to play and play himself into form.
Hmm.
And that being the case, if he plays into form, he then puts himself in contention as to whether Chelsea keep him or not. Because his contract, I think it goes on till what, 2028, so it's still quite a long time. So he is going to determine whether Chelsea keep him or sell him, because if he plays and he plays well, he's going to create a market value for himself greater than he has now, which one, because it's January and the fit and proper persons issue has restricted a lot of people from spending money, and Chelsea do
Mhm.
not want to put themselves, undercutting themselves in the market for their players. And yeah, I mean, right now, if we're going to sell him, it's best in the summer where his market value could be determined by him. So his performance he's incentivized to do well at Fulham, both ways. And of course, the club can make money off of him. People are saying, no, it's only 4 million if he doesn't play, yada yada yada. Well, they're going to make some money off of him while he's there. So I kind of see that a bit. The second thing could be they've completely given up on the season. They want to start to prepare themselves for the next season. They don't really care about what happens next, and an opportunity to get Broja with the number one
I'll be back in a few
situation,
seconds.
which
Go
I've
ahead, Bobby.
already mentioned, raises itself. So they've allowed that to go. And then the third allowed him to go. And then the third option, which I've almost forgotten, the third reason being that Poch has run out of patience with him, and they've got somebody else lined up for a short-term loan. That in a few hours we may get to know about it. For me, I think it's more the first reason than anything. It's a gamble because I think he does offer something in a striking capacity, but they have calculated because this is a project, which will bring me back to what happened last night, which a lot of people tend to lose sight of. We're in a process of a rebuild created by obligations to FFP. And so they have decided that the best option, this is my third reason, is that he leaves or goes on loan till the end of the season because one, the manager has run out of patience with him, and back to reason number one, he needs to be in a less pressured environment, in a place where they can afford to play him week in, week out. Unlike Chelsea, that at the best of times, even if the team was well rehearsed, well integrated, well coerced, and well experienced, he would be under pressure to perform like Drogba in that position. So those are the reasons. Now, am I bothered by it? Slightly, because I think he has something to offer, but I get it. What does give me concern are some of the things that Roger said, which is true. Nkunku, I was concerned for him yesterday. I thought, oh, crikey, this guy's got another injury coming because the way he was flicking his hands, limping around
I
when
saw
he
your
stood
message in
up.
the group.
Yeah, I was like, oh, crikey, because I'm fed up with the injury nonsense. I think these are, as I said in our halftime meeting, these are, or was it with Michi last night? I can't even remember now. All the days have merged into one after that game. But these are grade A athletes. There comes a time where you have to make up your mind. Are you actually physically capable of plying your trade at this level? Or do you need to go to a lesser league or a lesser pressure, maybe like the Saudi league or the MLS or something like that? Because
Mhm.
he's not playing and we're funding him. Like so many others, we're funding the injury table. I see the club are scared of telling us what's happened to Chilwell this time. And that is telling in itself. The fact that they didn't come out
Wait.
fairly
Can you repeat
quickly.
that, Bobby? Did anything happen to him?
Yeah,
He's
he's
injured.
supposed to have been. He's injured.
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
Yeah,
But they
this is
haven't
what.
said what. They haven't said it. They
Whew.
haven't acknowledged it. But he limped off, didn't he?
Yeah, I
He
believe he
was
was
taken off.
reported to be injured at half time. That was the reason. This is what we were
Exactly.
told. And to be honest with you, Bobby,
So
I said last night, I'm done with him.
yeah, me too. Because the fact that the club
Hmm.
haven't elaborated or said anything else just goes to show, to me, is a concern that this is another long term. And if that's the case, then that's absolutely ridiculous. He's not a footballer. I remember when Liverpool had Jamie Redknapp, and he kept having recurring knee injury, and he's out for months and months and months. Eventually, he had to stop because he couldn't ply his trade. Same thing with Arsenal, and I've forgotten his name. The midfielder they had, very skillful guy, but he kept on getting knee injury after knee injury. Eventually, he had to stop. Now, if this is Chilwell and it's another hamstring, it's over now. We can't keep pretending this guy. You can't come for less than half of a game, and you can't be blaming it on the fact, oh, he's not fit. Oh, he's not. Please, you're a grade A athlete. Either you are or not. So um, this is the concern we have in terms of the Broja situation, because we are now going back to where we were at the beginning of the season, where we were without Broja and Nkunku and just left with Jackson, which in itself is a somewhat risky ploy. Now, Jackson has slightly improved before he left for the African Cup of Nations, but I don't think it's enough. And I'm sorry, I have to dip into last night, but last night showed us, if you looked at how comfortable Virgil van Dijk and Gomez were bullying um,
Yep.
um, Palmer up top, and to a certain extent, and Kunku even, it just really
Everybody.
highlights the desperate need. Well, had we had a physical striker, their bullying of the others would not have been so occupying that striker who's giving them a run for their money. But we didn't
Yeah.
have it. That was why I wanted Broja to start, because at least he has the physicality, if nothing else, and at least he'll give them something to think about, if nothing else. Even if he doesn't do anything, they will have half an eye on him. But without any physicality up there, it was a joke for them. Van Dijk was just knocking people around left, right, and center at will. How Look, I can't resist it. However, having said that, what happened last night should not come as a surprise to anybody. We know, or we should know, what that's all about. You cannot negate the fact that we have not had a team all season. Our injuries are the key root cause of the problem. However, Pochettino is not doing himself any favors. There's no reason why his team, as young as they are, and as probably intimidated as they were by Anfield, a lot of them have played in big games. You can't say Enzo hasn't. You can't say Caicedo hasn't played at Anfield. You can't say Palmer doesn't know how to play there. And of course the defenders, they've all played in big games. Desassi and
Silver.
Badiashile were absolutely shocking, especially Badiashile. who, okay, you can say he's not fit, but still, and he played out of position. But when I gave
for
up
half
on
the
them
game.
was that fourth goal, where the Sassy isn't even looking at the ball. He's going to head the ball with his eyes closed, looking scared of a 5'6" Louis Gomez, who outjumped
That was
him
the
and beat
third
him to
goal.
the header because he was looking at the ball and the Sassy wasn't. Okay, the third, fourth, what difference?
Yeah.
And then, however, to compound everything, the referee and their, I will spell it out if you want, corruption. You know, before the game on this platform, we spoke about this Tierney, and I said, "Oh, he doesn't seem to be one to have a track record against us." Well, maybe that's because maybe that was because this is his first game with Liverpool. It was 100% clear, despite the Liverpool superiority, which they weren't aware was going to be so apparent, that the obvious plan of the football authorities was to bribe, corrupt. I don't know how, if, where, and when. All I know is that they have affected the refereeing and officiating of this Chelsea game. And two
All
stark
right, Bobby,
raving
Bobby, just
penalties being
quickly,
denied.
just quickly, Bobby. I'm not stopping you from speaking, but if you don't mind, let's wait, talk after Gallagher, then we get into the game, and I'll hand over to you and Roger. I promise you.
Okay, I've made my point about Broja anyway, so.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate that. So let's see what else we have here. What's JC's saying? I'm looking for the Broja. Any other Broja comment said? JC was saying sending Broja to on loan. Where did I see that? Okay. This is saying sending Broja on loan is something like we sent a Zuma to Everton. He will help him to play every week, and he will eventually help the club. Even if we decide to sell him, but chances are if he does really well, he will come back and become part of the first team squad. Rashford squad, okay, good for them. Let's see. Has transfer
Yeah.
ended? Not yet, not yet. There's still time. Chelsea late Lukaku. Okay, let Lukaku go to Roma now. We're struggling with the striker. I'd rather we stay the way rather than bring him back, Mr. Liberty. There. Big up to you too, Julius. I hope you're doing well, and the rest of the panelists. I hope you guys were well. We hope you're well too. Haven't seen you in a while. I hope the cases that you've been busy. I don't think we'll bring anyone in this January. Don't discount that until the transfer window closes. Bring Lukaku back. Okay, tell them. Sometimes I want to blame the coach, but other times I felt the resources at his disposal might not be passionate and active enough to execute his plans and tactics. That's what it usually looks like. Roger will send you a check in the mail as soon as this show is done. The process, the project, everything. Sometimes I want to blame the coach, but I think I've addressed that one. These lads are young but underutilized, and they're youthful. Resilience and strength as they should be. Trust me. Here's something I'm going to say. I don't want to get into that, but we'll talk about that later. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. I'm going to get to the very bottom and now trying to get you some secret contributions in the chat. Let's see anything. Should we not play 3-4-2-1 against Wolves, especially considering how we got overrun in the middle by Liverpool? Wolves have a decent midfield. Here's the thing. I'm not too sure how we should play to get a good result from that game. I have to be honest with you. Yeah, he's back. Modric installing should out today. I'm not sure what you at work there. This should be out. I'm going Kukurea, Stalin, Broja, Matson, Benchua, Lewis Hall, Sa, and these owners well cluelessly so Gallagher. Yeah, you think? Let's see what else we have here. Keep dropping the likes on the stream. Mudrik. Okay. Let's see. Broja has gone to Fulham on a 4 million loan. Okay. Thank you for that. Mudrik lies too much on his space. His relies, okay, I'm guessing he's not a Premier League level, and Madrid is just too mid, too simple, and narrow-minded. Okay, they need a loan, but we first need to boost Sterling and Chilwell immediately. Wow, we're stuck with them till till the summer transfer window, at least, even if And I'm going to let you know, I don't think the club will sell out those players you mentioned. Okay, let's see. We need leaders in our team. We need leaders. We need character. We need, you say, much stronger and bigger players to balance things out. The younger players can learn from them. Yeah, there's nothing new there in my opinion. Let's see, can anyone list some good left-wing options that are available? I'm not ready to do that. I'm not in the mindset to even talk about that. But that's by the way. Let's move on to the next item we have lined up here and keep the topics aligned. After that, you can bring up any topic you want. Roger and Bobby, we need strikers a replacement tonight, or we are finished. Let's see what happens. It's not late yet. And anything can happen in 3-4 hours. I'm not sure how many hours left before the transfer window shuts. Let's move on to the next items we have lined up here. Let's go, people. Let's do it. Just give me 1 second here. Where's that particular window? It's yep, this one. That one there. Let's go. One here. Is it this one? Okay. Here's that one then. It says the Conor Gallagher is staying at Chelsea. Shocking. Yeah. To me, nothing surprising there. And to the extent that I have said, look, let me tell you guys this, that if Gallagher leaves this January, then I'm going to do a $50. Then I owe the community a $50 giveaway, and I've been confident that's not going to happen for reasons I've explained. As bad as you think we are, he's been one of the club's best players this season. Yeah, he's not been, you can say, consistent enough. Some games you see him missing, and we've come to realize there are certain type of games that he does well when he's on the pitch. Some type of games he struggles, but still the manager wants him. And I've told you guys, except if you live under the rock, if you've been paying attention, he is the manager's most important player, given the pattern of his selection. There's hardly a game that he doesn't start, except if the manager decides to rest him. And we've seen that on occasions. I get it. I've also argued that the manager, he's preached how important he's been for the club, how he's come through that kind of been on all that, but hasn't you can say strongly come out and said, yeah, I want him to stay, and the club should find a solution to that. If anything, he said, yeah, it's up to the club and Gallagher to find a solution. But I have also told you that beyond January, I don't know what's going to happen. Why? And that's because his contract situation will not come into play, because he will have a lot less left on his current contract. And I've told people, judge him, be objective when you judge him. If anything, you could say, yeah, the bar is that low that he's emerged as one of our best players so far this season. Then I will listen to you. But you cannot come out and say, yeah, he's the worst player at Chelsea. No, I don't think he is. I don't think he's the best either. And whether he stays or not, I really don't care. That's who I am. But let me start with you, Bobby. What do you make of the fact that he's staying? And I think you were one of those. You're one of those that actually knew he was going to stay. But let's hear you, Bobby, if you're there. All right, looks like Bobby probably is having issues on muting. That's usually the case whenever he uses small devices. But Roger, let's start with you. He can wait once you're done. He can come in. But let's say you, Roger.
Listen, we got it's 2 hours and 20 minutes approximately till the window closes, and there's also usually an additional 1 to 2 hours if a fax has been sent in and it just needs to be completed. So it's.
So you think anything could still happen?
Well, possibly, theoretically, 2300 hours Greenwich Mean Time, 1500 hours Pacific Standard Time. So
right, go ahead. Let's say you
Gallagher. That's what it ends.
Mm-hmm. Let's say Gallagher. He stays.
I'm not surprised. Yeah, I'm not surprised. First of all, the asking price seems to be inordinately high. I understand the market is ridiculous anyway. But I don't think there's much money to be spent anywhere. If you look at the amount of money that's been spent thus far in this window, it's going to be probably the lowest ever. If you look at, I think it was, I can't remember, 780 million or 730 million this time last year. And look at it now, it's pennies this window because of.
So what has led it to the low spending, Roger? Can you please
tell us more about
that?
Yes, the PSR, the Profitability and Sustainability Report, It's basically the Premier League's version of FFP. And what they've done is that they've started to crack down. They've said we're implementing the regulations and you have to adhere. They've already deducted 10 points from Everton. There's an extra charge against Forest and once more Everton. So I think teams are scared. They know that it's close to the wire.
And it
It's that
seems that they're
simple.
more strict than Europe, than the European body.
Yeah, I would say UEFA is a soft cap, and probably the Premier League is a hard cap if you put it in American terminology. So,
Mhm.
listen, it's actually a good thing in so many regards because I think this market and the prices, they were not sustainable. They really weren't. I mean, 100+ million for your average midfielder. I mean, it's yeah, no comment. It's monopoly money, and I
It's crazy.
think because you've got teams like Bury in the football league, the triangle,
Mhm.
went bust. We had several teams. Same in Spain, same in all the European leagues. There's teams that have gone under because of the management's misfinancial, financial, shall we say, irresponsibilities, paying out and not having a business plan and spending unnecessarily based on the inflated market. And the Premier League and the British Football Association, they've implemented this to protect the pyramids. In fact, all teams, regardless of what division you're in, or what league you're
Let me
in.
bring you back to this, Roger. Gallagher's Chelsea's asking price for Conor Gallagher. Would you say it's reflective of you can say the argument that the club doesn't want to sell him, or do you think it's just them? You can say they have the belief that if he stays, they're capable of getting him to sign a new long-term contract that then sell him in the future, maybe. I don't know. Just keep him because the manager likes him. I'm not too sure what to make of it because the asking price, I don't see any club paying that much money.
No, especially in today's economy, I think it's posturing also to say, dare another team to come and get him. You look at Tottenham, they're desperate to get rid of Højbjerg. It's like the old expression goes, once the first domino falls, they all fall, right? And obviously,
Mhm.
Tottenham have not found a buyer for Højbjerg. I think once Højbjerg goes, then maybe Tottenham can come in for 35, 40 million, maybe 50 million, who knows? But it doesn't appear that's going to be the case. And you need the first domino to fall for a lot of transactions to happen. And this hasn't transpired thus far.
Yeah, they signed Højbjerg. Was it? I think it was from Wolves. I can't quite remember.
I can't
Sell
remember.
Starling. Yeah, South Starling, yes, but no way, Chile. If we actually were literally a screwed at left back, his thing, you can, I think he's become a liability in my opinion. If indeed he's injured again after playing 10 seconds for the club, and he's one of our top earners. If bear that at the back of your mind. But nice to see you, Wally Wilder, coach. What do you think? Many of these young players grew up playing a system football, maybe purchase tactics or outdated. He likes his free flowing football. Flowing football never outdated. It's never outdated in my
No, it's
opinion.
not outdated at
No,
all.
yeah, and will never be. It's just I'm not sure what else to say about that. But Bournemouth winning against West Ham United 1-0. Let's see what I say. Who will want Gallagher after seeing him play yesterday? He cost this chat 150 euros, coach. Gallagher has not been our best player. That trend changed since November. Okay, you could argue that, but if you're checking overall, he's still very much as one of our best players, and numbers tell you so. Gallagher will survive this January, but will be the first player sold in the summer. That is the only way to balance the books after we buy Osimhen. I just know right now, I've told you guys he wasn't going to leave this January. Beyond that, I'm not too sure what will happen. But as we progress closer, we get closer to the transfer market, I'll still look at the situation and be able to tell you what I think will happen. Bring Watkins. Do I think we'll want him? I don't know, Mr. Liberty. I'm not surprised Gallagher stayed. That is a normal expectation. They have to sign a left back before window closes, except we have a one in the academy. Maybe they want to give him a chance. But Ben Chilwell, as I believe Roger and Bobby saying he's injured, it depends on how serious that injury is. But boy, I screamed, Jesus Christ. It's not a joke. I blame Gallagher for not going on the okay, let's see, Rich Money Makers. Yeah, 150 million for Casper Casado, who is really worth the same as McAllister at about 15 million. Let's see what else we have here. Keep dropping the likes on the stream. This manager needs to go. Let's see what the club does. They want to fleece another club like they did for Mount and Havertz. It's simple, and they're capable of doing that. They're proven. Coach, will any club pay Gallagher his salary demands? Because he's more. Gallagher's value, his playing ability isn't the only thing that defines his value. Yeah, there are things like his marketability. Yep, and he's a player that can be a club's a Premier League club face. I'm trying to avoid using a term that will come across as if I'm being I'm not sure the language I'm looking for. So there's a lot more to him than just him being a player. But believe me, there's a good player in him. He's still learning, and he will get there. Let's see what we have. The summer, we have to start Chilwell, too injury prone. Our captain and vice captain only use of their captaincy in the medical room. Wow, it is time if Chilwell has another long-time injury. If it's a long-time injury, after this one, I think the owners will count their losses and let him loose. In my opinion, let me laugh. Chelsea sell Emerson Palmieri to West Ham. That guy is a real defender. I think he has everything, offensive and defensive. He's good. But we sold him for a reason at the time. Everything comes down to the manager you have. Yep, the manager's preference, if that's the language you prefer. I think Gallagher stays. Yeah, shocking, right? You figure that out. Chile is a liability man. He cannot defend and isn't doing anything going forward. He was awful yesterday, even if you think he's a good player overall. Poch got rid of our other left back who is killing it at Dortmund. You cannot make this up. Yeah, unfortunately, that will always be the argument. If he's doing well at Dortmund, people will always bring that up. To be honest, Chilwell, sorry, yeah, nobody wants to know about that. You get my point. To be honest, Chilwell,
yeah, but it matters though.
All right, go ahead, Roger. Go ahead, Roger. You're still speaking, right?
No, I'm just saying it matters. Yeah,
it matters, but I'm saying to those that will bring up the argument, it doesn't matter. To those that will argue,
well, it should,
all they want to know is that he's doing well. It doesn't matter whether in a different league or different structure. It doesn't matter to them. But go ahead with what you were saying if you were still speaking.
Yeah, the Bundesliga's shown there's so many players that play in the Bundesliga are successful. They come to the Premier League and they struggle invariably in various positions, and that's been the case. You know, it's listen, it's a easier league to play in. It's less physical. It's still a physical league, don't get me wrong, but it's nowhere near the same. If you watch the Bundesliga, it's basically a one. Usually, I think they've won. I'm talking about Bayern. They've won 11 years consecutively, I think, give or take, and it's not a very competitive league. You have a couple of good clubs, but the rest it's top heavy, and that's why you hear every manager from Italy, Germany, Spain, France, etc. They all come here, the managers, and say the one thing that sticks out from the Premier League than any other European league is that any team on any given day can beat anybody, which is not invariably the case in other leagues.
All right, thank you, Roger. To be honest, Chilwell needs to go. Injured players derail our season. Look at how atrocious we are with Badia Shile playing left back and the Sissi right back. This always makes it hard for Poch. Yeah, I agree. That's one thing a lot of people don't consider. They just want the manager gone. But I have a lot of questions still. Even the fact, again, I tried to be as objective as I can. Malang Sarr still injured. If we don't get the left back, before the window closes. Maybe we may try him. I saw some report. I don't know whether to believe that, mentioning a club I haven't heard in my life wants to sign him. Yeah, sure, Gallagher has a lot more English language skills than sports. Just go away. Let's see. Breaking news: Pat Nevin has told board that Jackson is a number 9. Okay, thank you for that breaking news. There is this Broja's loan deal to Fulham Real. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Yep. 4 million if he doesn't play a certain number of games. Liberty are saying, people, you don't have to blame Casado. Poch is not telling Enzo to stay on his in his position. Okay. Let's see anything else. So many Man United. So Man United went from 9th, 10th 2 weeks ago to tied for 6th with the current results. The battle between 7th and 10th is going to be one to watch. Okay, let's see. So Martin couldn't go forward in the Premier League. I don't know. We can't tell because he didn't get to play that much. Matson was just in the Premier League of fine. Poch never played him. That's how I see it. If anybody argues, yes, then everything is in hindsight right now because he didn't play in the Premier League. Man United all over Wolves with a striker, and what a surprise! Exactly. So you can say that. So Roger, what Poch did wasn't. It's here's the thing. Managers have their preferences with regards to a player.
Can you expand on that?
In a certain position. Go ahead, Roger. Go ahead.
Yeah, Keyshawn, can you expand on that? I mean, can you elaborate on that? I don't quite understand what you're talking about. What did Poch mess up on? I mean, I'm sure he's made many mistakes, as do all coaches. But if you can elaborate specifically, I'd appreciate it, that I can answer that.
All right, you heard them, Kishan. If you're there, Phil has left the panel. Panel above you, if you're still there, what do you make of the Gallagher situation? I'm still checking if any news emerges. I haven't seen any. Yep. Roger, you said about 2 hours plus before the transfer window shuts, right?
Yeah, let me check. 2 hours and 7 minutes.
Yeah, I just got back. I had to pop out. So what was that about Gallagher?
Gallagher, he stays this January. A lot of people thought he was gonna be sold straight away and all that. But he's here. So let's hear you. He stays. What do you think? Do you think he's staying because the club believes, because he will have a lot less left on his current contract? The club didn't push to sell him. And it turns out everything we were hearing with regards to Tottenham being interested in signing him and will come with you could say will come test the waters to see if we want to sell him. It turns out they were all lies. So, but given the fact that it have a lot less left on his current contract, do you think the club believes that they can get him to sign a new long-term contract? They want him to stay, or do you think it's just because that they weren't biased? So let's hear you, Roger. Or do you think it's because the manager wants him and it's an important player for him? But let's hear you.
I think it's all of the above. All of the above. You know, if somebody came with silly money, he would have probably been sold if I follow the trajectory of the ownership and keeping in line with FFP and the fit and proper persons policies. All of the above. And I don't believe he's going anywhere this January. We'll see what happens in the summer, but the summer is a long window and it gives the ownership time to assess any sort of replacement and also to see how Cassaday gets along. This is his opportunity, and and see how Santos gets along, who is another one that were meant to be replacing Gallagher initially, but Gallagher just upped his game and crowded them out. It's going to be interesting at the moment. All three of them are fighting for their position in the Chelsea team. Look, I can't see with 2 hours to go Gallagher going anywhere. It's even tight for Broja, and that's alone. So we wait and see. I don't know where the conversation was when I left, but if it's Gallagher
we haven't
that we're
gotten to the
still
game.
on,
This is
then
what we have. We are addressing this, then we get to the game.
Yeah, because don't forget
okay,
he has to have a
that's my
medical,
conclusion.
etc.
Yeah, he's going nowhere, and neither should he. And he's got a cup final to hopefully look forward to. But after last night, I really wonder about that final. Anyway,
Yeah.
yeah.
Roger, there you go. That's what he's elaborated. Kishan there. I hope you can see what we have on the screen. So go ahead. Your response. You wanted him to elaborate. I
Oh,
think he's
you're
done
talking
that.
about Madsen. You're talking about Madsen. He
Yeah, he
was
was talking
never.
about Ian Matson. Yeah.
Yeah, I apologize, Keyshawn. I wasn't sure what you're referring to. Listen, Matson was construed as not being a left back for this team because, in all likelihood, I'm assuming, because of his mass. You know, he's not big, tall, and strong enough for that position. You saw, I think it was, I'm trying to think, was it pre-season or one of the games he came on for early on in the season? He was muscled off the ball so easily. Um, I think the coaches believe that he's not big enough for a defensive position. He's too much of a liability. It seems like that was the case. So, you know, obviously I'm not a coach at the club, but it seems that that's the assumption made by quite a few people. And he never played in that position. So to say he was the only backup, no, you have Cucurella also. But in case you haven't noticed, he's also out yet again with an injury. So he was third or fourth. Actually, he was probably fourth or fifth on the depth chart because you also have Colwell that played in that position. And obviously, since Colwell's hurt, fourth stringer was Badiashile. So yeah, I mean we're down to fourth stringers on the right side and the left side this season thus far. Think about that.
Yes, people. Now go ahead. Again, if you have any questions, drop in the chat. And Roger, you can go ahead and talk to game. If you want me to show the stats on the screen, I would do that for you. But you go ahead. Take it, run with it, do whatever you want, and I'll be searching for any updates on X or anywhere to see if Chelsea are looking to make any final push to sign any player. But up to you, Roger. Go ahead. You can start talking about any aspect, or if you have any questions to ask me. But I have to let you know I haven't rewatched the game. I'm not as strong as you. But go ahead, Roger.
Yeah, it was painful. I don't understand what you're saying, JC, sir. Are you saying Colwell is a left back, or are you saying Chilwell is a left back? Because I know I confuse the two. Colwell is
being
inherently
sarcastic. For instance, he can say someone is a he can say Broja is a defender. It does seem talking about what's his name? Him talking about Pochettino playing players out of position, which I've refused to get involved in that argument because in most cases he's done that because we don't have those he would want to stand in those positions available for selection. But go ahead, Roger.
Yeah, that's done out of necessity because of the injuries. Because not just injuries, but our depletion. Let's call it what it is. We have been depleted for this is the second season now. But regarding that game yesterday, I think there's a lot to review on it. I really do. I think the number one concern for me is our defensive woes. I really do. It's
why do you think that is, Roger?
I think first and foremost, with the exception of Silva, obviously, this is the youngest team that has played this year on the average with the youngest starting 11 each thus far this season out of 22. We have the youngest squad, and that includes a 39-year-old. So think about that for a second. The other thing is we have players that we've purchased that are not elite. They are very young. They are very well. Disasi isn't that young, but he's not exactly old either. He's coming up upon his prime in a year or two. Here's the deal: we've bought people based on potential and youth. You know, it's a quote unquote project, and that's exactly what it is. So,
what are the downside, Roger? What is the downside to
We're seeing
purchasing potential, so to purchasing non-elite players? What are the downsides? So we can educate people, because it looks like some people are expecting too much of this team actually. But let's hear you.
yeah, the
I get it,
expectations.
but go ahead with what you're
Because
saying, Roger. Mhm.
yeah, because the fan base, with the exception of people like Bobby and I that are slightly older than 19 to 21, we basically grew up in the 70s and 80s where we were in
Go
the
ahead, wait.
second
Just
division.
go ahead.
Yeah, we're just a smidgen older than 21.
You're just
And
maturing.
so, yeah, like fine wine, right? Or vinegar in my case. But here's the deal: it's that the last 20 years, this fan base has been spoilt with an owner that was buying players in their prime, or even over the hill to some extent, but was splashing the cash where there was no financial restrictions. That if I'm not mistaken, had put 1.5 billion on the credit card that he paid for, and he wrote off, because he was a fan. It's very rare that you get an owner that is actually a fan and is not looking and running this sports franchise as a business, like in any other sport, whether it's basketball, American football, soccer, whatever, or baseball, etc., etc. This chap was first and foremost a fan, and we've gone over this. We were lucky, but that mindset is still prevalent, and we have this culture, this trigger happy culture where fire this person or get this person. Well, those days are over. Because of there's financial restrictions in place that were never there previously under Abramovich. Abramovich would not have been able to do this as such had he bought the club today because of FFP and PSR. It's that simple. So put things into context. And so that's really important to understand that. And so when the downside of buying youthful players is they lack experience, and we're not just talking about players that are lacking experience. We're talking about players that are exceptionally youthful. You have a look at the age. Listen, it's a fact we're the youngest squad. We've started the youngest team on average each and every week.
Yeah.
There's with a 39-year-old primarily starting, so that tells you. In the defense, you look at Liverpool's back four yesterday. Yes, one of them was young, but the remaining three were not. I'm sorry, look, you've got Van Dijk, you've got I forgot the other chap's name, the other centre back. These people were their experience. We don't have that. We don't have the experience in midfield. We're all over the pitch. We don't have experience.
Yeah,
And so
they don't have experience, and
this is based on the
allow play, and that's the importance of experience. They
yeah,
have
and
their best midfielders aren't available. Go ahead.
Yeah. Also, we have experienced players that are injured too. Don't forget. But you're looking what happens when you play inexperienced players. They don't have a full understanding and comprehension, especially defensively as a centre back, of where to be. Unlike, for instance, a Silva, he's seen it all before, so he knows how to read the game. We don't have that with Badiashile and Disasi for the most part. We just don't, and that's shown time and time again. Whether they were playing centre back last night or out of position, that was just the facts. And then you look at the fact that with the inexperience, what else is usually the case? Guess what? They have a lack of fortitude, discipline. What have we seen all year long and last year is the fact that we consistently lose our call. Whether it's being petulant to the referee or kicking the ball away, whatever it is, the amalgamation of cards, the sending offs. This is very consistent with having a lack of experience, just like any job. Whether you're a brain surgeon or a road sweeper, you need experience no matter what you do.
Yeah, you can say to an extent that some oppositions come into the game with the well, you can say with the game plan of unsettling our players. You can say getting them to become aggressive and then lose their cool, and in the process, do something. You can say get carded or something. But go ahead with what you were saying, Roger.
Yeah, and then that lack of discipline, that they show their frustration. This is a sign of inexperience, And don't forget, you look at Chelsea before the last 20 plus years. We had not only experience, but we had captains, leadership all over the pitch in virtually every position. There were captains for their respective countries. We don't have that. And so that transition, that metamorphosis takes time. So it's not going to happen overnight. It's that simple. This fan base needs to understand this. This is a new transition, a new time, a new era, new owners, new players. So, it's not going to happen overnight, ladies and gentlemen.
No, it will never. Just give me a few seconds. Let me catch up a bit with what we have here. I think I need to scroll past a lot. Let's see. Maybe this person, this Chelsea coach, the lady at the club is tea lady at the club is 6 feet tall. Deserves a try at the left back position. Roger hasn't actually spoken about her for a while now. Let's see, Roger. But he played left back in the championship. Which is a much more strenuous league to me. I agree. We need someone bigger, but out and out of fullbacks or helpers. Gusto made a huge difference. He's an excellent player, and I'm not quite sure why.
Yeah, but did he play in more in a? Yeah, but he played in more in an inverted position. He was more of an attacking fullback.
Yeah,
you understand?
Yeah, he did a lot. Yeah, you were very correct.
It's all about application. It's really important about the application. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. Chimera United has a leap up front doors. Yep, they're winning. It's simple. No, coach, I am being a serious. Cowell is a left back. Have you ever seen him play at any other position? Yeah, that confirms really that you're playing. The second part of your sentence comment there confirms that you're being serious, right? Even for England, yeah, exactly. He played left back for so Southgate. I remember that. Our defense is constantly under pressure because Enzo and Casado are getting muscled off the ball. Bobby will send you a check in the mail. And here's the thing, and Casado is not a sitting DM. Yeah.
No, he's not. He's box to box.
Yeah, he's box to box, and he will. Listen, I think, but the manager has no option than to play him there right now. We'll still see the best of Casado, and that's when we have the maybe Lavia available for selection, and he sits there and protects the defense and also connects the defense and the midfield area. You'd see the best of Casado. He needs, you can see him, he's not the quickest, even though he's done his best in that position, but he's not what we really need there. Let's see. Undertaker is saying Simon Phillips has said Chelsea have been offered Daniel Marlin from Dortmund. If Broja goes to Fulham, maybe that's going to happen because Broja is gone. Given the report we've seen, Undertaker, and I see you, coach. I recommend setting up a Tinder profile for Roger. He can do it. Let's see. Rich Monument is saying we need a set piece coach, and I don't think we are the youngest team. If you are Sterling, I think we are. Even with those players,
it's a fact. We technically have the youngest squad in the Premier League, and by the way, that they've announced it. They usually announce it every couple of weeks, but Sky Sports is saying that we have the youngest starting average 11 this season.
Mm-hmm.
So,
coach, can I speak now?
Of course.
Yeah, go ahead. Look at him sounding as if we ostracize him and he's begging to speak.
I know you say you do this
we've
to
called
me.
you like 10,000 times, Bobby.
Yeah, but whenever I get distracted and I don't respond, my punishment is like I'm banished for some hours. Listen, I gotta say,
you were supposed to actually speak before Roger, but go ahead, Bobby.
First of all, you see, this is symptomatic of what Roger was saying: the naivety, the immaturity, and the entitlement of a generation of spoiled Chelsea fans who then look
Mm.
at it as if we are creating excuses for a very, very young side. Why is that even challenged? No, it's not the youngest side. Well, it is. That's just a fact. It is. And they are new. They have not played together before. Many of them have not lived in the country before, not to mention played in England, not to mention the Premier League. So all this boils down to one thing. No matter how many all our injuries were available, the project, the dynamics, and the full integration and the realization of the full potential of this top project will take time. We would have done better if we had our injuries, but even then, the optimization of the team would not have been fulfilled this season. It would probably be okay. They integrate much better improvement because of the quality of the players. And the third season, you see them optimal. As it is, we've lost the optimization process. What we have done is spent a season getting fit. We have not had a season. We've had injuries. That's what we've had. Whereas one time we had 16, 17 players out injured. That is absolutely ridiculous. And on a platform, I think it was me, Roger, Michi, and one other guy last night. Someone was saying, look, Mourinho himself said, look, you're only as strong as your bench. Well, look at the Chelsea bench, and that tells you everything. Kids, and even the kids, in fact, they're not even kids. We got kids on the field, fetuses, using Roger's examples, fetuses on the bench mainly.
Hmm. Hmm.
Come on, I mean, the rest of the guys, even Badia Shield, to be honest, I think part of his problem is he's not fit. He's trying to play when he's not fit. Chilwell, who's got biscuit legs anyway and biscuit muscles, he played beyond himself yesterday. In the last game he played, or was it even yesterday? I can't remember now. My head's all over the place. But that's why he's gone off injured again. We never get fit, and the returnees, because we so desperately need their presence, they come and they're played too early out of desperation. This is why last season we had excessive numbers, because we had so many injuries. We kept on having to bring back or import players to give us a presence on the pitch. And so in the end, we couldn't let certain players go because certain players at that point were not available. And by the time they came back to a glut of players that were in their way. That's why we had the Aubameyangs of this world, still clicking their heels. Ziyech, all of them, even to a certain extent, Ruben Loftus-Cheek, Kante, they all sort of came back one on top of the other, limped back, still not fit. We've not had that fitness. Now, Liverpool deservedly, they took us to task. If I may take Yannick from football therapy, he said we got touched up badly. Boy, did we get touched up. I don't know
Mhm.
why he used
They could have
sexual
scored a lot more.
molestation terms. Oh, yeah. I mean, several things. They hit the
Ooh,
bar. Petrovic's
penalty.
brilliance. And,
Hmm.
well, they hit the bar with the penalty. It was a bit of luck, and but I don't really look at their luck because they had themselves. They had 11 players on the field. They had the fan base, which are legal ways of giving yourself an advantage, and then on top of that, they had the whole officials, and on top of that, they had the media crew. So, televised media. So it really wasn't a level playing field. But that aside, we are not ready. I've said this all season. It is the stark raving obvious. Pochettino, his get out of jail card is that he's never had a team. He's never had a proper team. He's always dealing with injuries. He's always economizing how he can bring on players. And I think yesterday he was desperate. He saw we were in for a flipping big hiding, probably the biggest hiding we've ever had against Liverpool. And so he threw on Nkunku prematurely. I'll be surprised to see him over the weekend because I'm concerned that he's able to play, even though he only came on off the bench. He threw on Chukwemeka, who he also came on off the bench. But boy, those two, half fit, 70% fit, 60% fit, I would say. Look at the difference
And Gusto.
they made in quality. It was night and day. And then he threw on, who else was it that came on? Chukwemeka, Nkunku. Who was the third sub we made?
Cassidy.
Yeah, Cassidy came
Gusto.
on
Cassidy.
too,
Yeah,
and
he
he
threw on
he did
Cassidy.
well,
Now
in my
Cassidy, who
opinion.
is
Yeah.
fitter. Oh yeah, I mean he made a difference. Physicality, left foot, right foot. He can head a ball. Wow, we got a player that can head a ball. He is a hope for me. Only thing is, he's not experienced. He's not used to the league, and yet again, he's integrating. So one thing that is 100% clear before we go into the criticism: this is a project. This will happen and has happened. It's going to take time. I think personally, I've written off the season. As I've always said, if we can fluke a cup, I will thank the Lord God Almighty in every sense, and I will think, okay, we've had a great season, and the League Cup is a excellent one to do because it will qualify us into the lower tier, which will all be very helpful. This is the reality. Now, all those trying to stitch up Chelsea with rumours and negativity again. Oh, Enzo's not happy. He's a winner. He wants to leave. Well, Enzo is part of the integration. He's part of the project. He knows that. That's why he signed a 9-year contract. So if he, which I doubt very much, is beginning to whinge now, well, he better buckle up and start to perform because that is what he has done. He's trapped himself. If that's the case, I don't think it's the case. It's our usual detractors. Now, Pochettino, in terms of his performance last night, it was, excuse my language, piss poor, to be honest. I've defended him till the cows come home. But you know what? Last night he opened himself up because all this, oh, we need more character. Well, excuse me, sir, the character slightly comes from you. You don't sit down on the
And
bench and
here's
almost,
where that's a problem, Bobby. Just quickly, here's why that's an
yeah,
issue. He's been saying we don't need that much signing. He's saying he's okay with the players we have. He only snaps and starts saying we want this, we want that whenever we lose a game. I don't think that's okay. I've always defended him, but in all honesty, he's is actually
yeah,
pushing me to
which
join the
is which is
bandwagon and say he's not the man. But you go ahead with what you were saying. Yeah, go ahead,
well,
Bobby, if you're there.
well, yesterday, even his ardent, shall I say, backers like myself, turned around to say, "Well, mate, you're on your own because you've really set yourself up." He's showing why he hasn't won anything yet in England. um, he showed me with some of these away performance why Chelsea slapped them up in the Battle of the Bridge and stopped Spurs from winning the league. That lack of winning grit. You see that there is a certain grit, there is a certain aura, there's a certain determination, there's a certain
Mindset.
extension of that mindset that winners have. Mourinho has it. He comes in, you're intimidated. Klopp, as much as I hate to say it, he has it. Plays all his mind games, says he's retiring, riles up the Liverpool fan base, the media. He knows how to play the tune. Guardiola, not as aggressive, but is silently deadly. And you can see the determination in his face and his whole demeanor. And, you see that grit in him. He's very a winner. Even if he has all the money in the world, many coaches will have that money and not be able to achieve what he does. And within that money, he creates. You can see the creativity. He's like a maestro, a master conductor, conducting his orchestra to the peak of perfection. That is Pep Guardiola. And you look at Pochettino, and you're like, not sure. He's this sort of tame, weak aura. Not as bad as Potter, but these are the games that your character shows. You take Mourinho to a cold January night at Anfield, and he is angered. The anger in him transmits to the players. There is no player that will not fight to the death on that pitch. So even if you lose, and even if you're a bunch of kids, they will know they've been in a game. But there was nonsense yesterday. One thing I felt, I could imagine John Terry just holding his head because he was in the crowd amongst the Chelsea fans. That header, oh, Desassi, you really put yourself backwards, because I started to respect him after the goal he scored against, who was our last game? Was it Fulham we played last? Oh gosh, the
Middlesbrough.
FA Cup game. Oh, against Middlesbrough. But honestly, when your centre back, big, strong, burly, tough guy
He
like
was
that,
ducking.
goes to head a ball with his eyes
He was
closed,
ducking. Did he even
please
try?
do me a favor. Yeah, he look. You could see if you watch the slow mo. I mean, you've watched the game numerous times. You're a better man than me, because I can't even watch it ever again. I'll just switch off.
It was
But if
painful.
you have the stomach to watch it yet again, yeah, just watch the slow mo of that goal, that third goal. You could see little 5'5", 5'6" Luis Diaz came thundering in for the header, eyes on the ball, eyes on the prize, determined to win it. The Sassy, who stole a match on him, big, strong, the Sassy, is there with his eyes. Ah, no, that is a no. You never take your eyes off the ball, not to mention close your eyes. He looked scared. He looked scared, and he was
Timid.
wincing, and no, then almost, as you've said, almost ducking. Yeah, oh, it was disgraceful. At least when Thiago Silva missed the header, because he was the first person to go to meet the ball, you could say, okay, he didn't have enough leap, and he's not particularly the tallest defenders, and it went over his head. Fair enough. Badiashile getting beaten to allow a cross. Well, he's not a left back anyway. He's even less of a left back than Colwill. And he wasn't even playing well as a centre back anyway. But at least, to be fair to Badiashile, that sort of header he was winning. But no, 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 no. That has really tarnished my faith in Desassi, whom I've also defended a lot. But this is the team. Tomorrow, you see them go and play, and they tank someone 5-6 nil. This inconsistency is going to be with a team like this. And having said
For a
everything
while.
I've said, with all the deficiencies, the root cause of this cause are the injuries. There's no getting away from that. It's not an excuse, it is a living fact. Nobody
It's a
that is
factor.
nobody, and I mean that, will ever, I don't care whether you're prime time Man City, Real Madrid, Liverpool themselves, Arsenal, Man U, you name all our top teams. I dare you to have at some point 16 players out injured, on average every season 8 to 9 players out of a game. And these aren't small players, Jack. The mature players, the best that you have, whether like it or not, that includes your Cucurellas, that includes Nkunku, that includes Chukwemeka, that includes James, that includes Gary. Oh gosh, what's Chilwell. That includes, dare I say it, um, gosh, the defender, our defender.
Reece James.
No, the what you see, everybody's even forgotten his name. He's been out for so long.
Oh,
The
Fana.
guy that
Oh,
came from
Fafana.
Leicester, Fofana. These are all key, major, major players for the project, and they were absent, even including, dare I say it, Badiashile himself, who has a part to play. So you can't negate that. It's not like being without Sanchez, who was also injured, but we have a better option, or the third goalkeeper, who nobody
Bergam.
can even remember. Those ones you can afford to have out on long-term injuries. And Chelsea, even though 1 week, 2 weeks, they were months, 6 months. Some are still going. These were long-term absences from an unsettled, integrating team. We're going to have problems, and we've had problems all season. That's why we've been. I mean, it's a miracle we're still dwindling on in mid-table and not flipping relegation battles. That perhaps is a testimony. I think the fix is not far away. I think there's one or two buys. I think it's important we get a striker. If that be Osimhen, so be it. I think he'll help us. One thing about Osimhen, you're not going to get um, people like Van Dijk bullying him that easy. He's slight, he's slender, he's tall, but you look at his frame. He's a big, strong boy. Yeah, he's slender, but that's like, muscle on that bone, not just bone, if you know what I'm saying. He's going to be able to carry his own, and he's not going to be bullied that easily. We need that. And I'm so glad to see Casaday. Let's see what he can do. I mean, that physicality. So Liverpool, congratulations, you did well. You spanked us up proper. You took us to school. Yeah, I'll take that. Am I upset? Not really. I'm annoyed because it's Liverpool and their arrogant selves, but they were deserved winners. Yes, last night we got away with quite lightly, if you ask me. And
Yep.
of course, congratulations to the corrupt officials. They're a disgrace. They're a disgrace to the Premier League. They're a disgrace to my country. I wish somebody somewhere will go and investigate this crap, because it's getting worse. Said my piece.
All right, I'll come back to the panel. I have a question for you guys. More Frank LeBeau was asked if he was a Chelsea board member, who would he sack? He said he feels the board members need to fire themselves for making the wrong recruitment for the coach. Wow. Okay. You are mistaken.
Please, coach.
Indefinite.
Please, coach. One last point, because that has got my last point. Please,
Go ahead,
please.
buddy.
I'm going to
Yeah, go ahead. You don't have to
speak.
say please. Go ahead.
I'm going to speech my letter. Dear Chelsea fans, the reason the ownership have gone down this route of selling the older players, a lot of them were deadwood mined and on very high wages and demanding more wages. The reason they had this big clear out and brought in the best youth, young talents in the world to grow with the team is FFP and the fit and proper persons policy of the Premier League. That is the reason. So don't be at, oh, you didn't get this player, you didn't. Look, it's even going to get stricter next season. With this, I think 70% of your profits is your margin of purchase. Teams like Newcastle, even Arsenal, all these things, they're sweating. Liverpool will definitely sell Mo Salah for and get the 250 million, because that is where the bulk of their financing is going to come to support this team that it looks like is going to win the league. But look, it is a strategy which to me makes absolute sense. So all these critics, oh, we need this, we need that. Yes, you need if they are affordable, one or two extra, slightly more mature players. But this is the path we've chosen. We've got our somewhat mature players anyway, but we forget these somewhat mature players have been flipping injured. Your Cucurellas and your Nkunkus and dare I say in that bracket, although he's still rather young, Reece James and your Ben Chilwells. These were the players, the one or two mature players that were meant to help galvanize his team. What I will accept, although we did buy a somewhat mature player in the back, in the Sassy, is we've got to look at our centre backs. Because when Thiago Silva goes, this could be a problem. If they don't step up, this could be a problem. And I think we're looking, that's why we're not going to sell Chalobah anymore. But Chalobah is injury prone. This is a problem. So all this talk of why are we buying centre backs, I think we can see why. Because I'm not too sure that they're going to be patient to allow Badiashile to get fit. And if the Sassy has another performance like last night, I think his days will be numbered as well. So please, fans, this is an FFP thing. You were screaming and shouting, oh, Chelsea are going to breach FFP. Now they've done something about it. You're screaming and shouting, oh, buy this mature player, buy this. Do you know this is another reason why selling players this summer is going to be quite challenging and quite difficult? And why also they've sent Broja out on loan so that maybe he can show us why we need to buy at all and see if he can get fit and show us his some form, because to sell him may not be that easy. Everybody's trying to sell now, everybody. So it's now a buyer's market. So we need to be careful, before we criticize because we're running out of patience. There is a reason, there's a method to the so-called madness, and it will be the envy of the whole footballing world when it works. What's Arsenal waiting for? They're waiting for a young top striker out there, but so is everybody else. Why? Because that is somebody that they're hoping can help them start to bring down their wage bill. Because the Arsenal wage bill, Man United, Newcastle, Man City, all their wage bills are huge, even Liverpool's, and they will do anything to bring it down because of the new financial fair play rules. So don't knock it. Don't knock it at all. Thanks, coach.
Yeah, and just quickly, Andres Sanchez has completed his loan move to our sister club. You call it them that. I'm not too sure. Strasbourg. I think he gets to play there. And hello to you too, Kim. So it's been a minute. I hope you're doing well, and thank you for finding us the time to join us. We've missed you. And it says, I'm out of subject, but the game yesterday, it is to play like that. Give the trophy to Liverpool and the ref and VAR, all of them. I agree. I agree. We were awful, but the ref, no. Oh, come on. That was a very awful. Let's see. Bobby the Goat is in the house. Yeah, but I know you love Bobby so much. Casado was never meant to be a direct replacement of Kante, but a lot of people see that. A lot of people, that's how they think. They don't understand football that much. I think he will come. He still has a lot to offer for us, and he's done well in that role. Which again, I know. Give him the freedom, and you will see more of him. Sell them all. Let's see. I am not judging. Okay, just having a conversation. They keep dropping the likes on the stream. People, the likes do go a long way. Nobody is worth a price barometer. Player valuation are a subject of supply and demand. Market dynamics, which played a big role in last window with souls of players like Rice, etc., and others. Keep dropping the likes on the stream. People, the likes to go a long way. I'm going to scroll to the very bottom. We have again. I'll try to get your subsequent contributions in the chat, but I can't read everything you have there. Roshan, let me ask you this. I think you were the one during the pregame show. Correct me if you were not the one. Of late, I've been misquoting people a lot. I thought Bobby liked what's his name? I can't. Was this Simon Phillips? And I got wake up call of my life. Here's what I want to say. I want to ask you is this: were you the one that said something with regards to the atmosphere, the Anfield atmosphere? Would you say that the players were overwhelmed by the atmosphere? Would you say that was the case, Roger?
I don't know about overwhelmed, perhaps intimidated a little bit. It's not an easy place to go to, you know.
Mm.
But let's be honest. If you look at our away record this entire season, it's been pitiful. I think it's the worst, if I'm not mistaken. So
Mhm.
it's not exactly exemplary. So yeah, is it a factor playing away? Yes, it is. Will it be easier for Chelsea to play Liverpool at Wembley? Yes, it will be.
I was going to come to that
Theoretically,
because you did mention that when I asked you yesterday whether the outcome of that game, well, you can say, well, be reflected, will reflect what's going to happen at Wembley. You told me that will be a neutral ground and will be very different. You could say maybe your belief is that we'll do better on the day, and the manager, he sounds as if that's his belief too. He believes we'll be much better there. But let's hear you. Go ahead,
yeah.
Roger.
I also mentioned the only way that yesterday's game could be a factor is if we lose 7 or 8-0 or worse to that effect. And listen, let's be really honest here. It wouldn't have been an injustice had we conceded by more goals. 5, 6, 7 goals. It really wouldn't have. So I think that would have been definitely a factor. The fact that we were able to score against them and keep it under 5, I still think, though, the way they played, the application, when you look at it, this was a healthy drumming. This really was. I don't think the score, resembled the actual performance or lack thereof for both teams. So that's a little bit disconcerting, to be honest with you. But let's see what happens. It's just under 4 weeks away, 25 days away. Let's see what happens.
So a lot can
We get
change before then.
yeah.
Yeah.
They could get some major injuries. We could get a lot of our players back. Our players could start being in form. One doesn't know. Conversely speaking, it could get even worse for us. We don't know. So we'll just take it day by day, chaps.
How about from this perspective? It's a wake up call that will help us
Yeah,
prepare even
that
better
too.
for the final. And they because of the way they mopped the floor with us, the Anfield carpet with us, they come into that game with the shoulders high, overconfidence that they're going to beat us again, and then they get the shock of their life. Do you believe that will be the case?
Well, yeah, Klopp actually said, sorry, Klopp, I mean, sorry, Poch actually said after the game, he said this was, I believe it was verbatim, this was just one game that we played poorly in. And that's true. We've, listen, we have been inconsistent all year, let's be honest.
But you can
But
say
we
this
do have
this
a
this
very
this
poor,
that was the worst of all.
yeah, it was. We have been saying that we've been playing the top teams really well this year. But with the exception of, I think, one other game, we've played all our top opponents at home. And so, listen, this was not just the scoreline, but how we played, the application, just in and of itself, this was our worst performance probably of the year. Because yeah, we lost to Middlesbrough, but we created chances, we just didn't execute. This time
Yeah.
we
So
were
yes,
never really,
yesterday's we did.
yeah, not really. Did we have calls go against us? Yes, but when you look at the first half specifically, 15 shots to 1, and our one shot was basically the equivalent of a back pass. It was so poor. So listen, we never tested them. That game was putrid, the first half. Did we improve in the second? Yes, but that I think can be also attributed to the fact that we didn't really get back into the game until they took off 4 of their players, and guess what? They stopped pressing up front. That's why you look at Enzo being able to have time on the ball. They already knew, for all intents and purposes, that the game was over. And look, once we scored 1 and came close to scoring again, guess what? They started to apply the pressure again and got a 4th, and then that was game over. We were never in it, chaps. 28 shots to 4. Think about that. We were outshot by 24 shots. That's a hiding.
That's
That really is.
embarrassing, really.
We didn't apply ourselves. Yeah,
And
it
that's
was.
where
I mean,
I have a
actually,
problem, Roger. The manager, to me, maybe I need to watch it again, but I'm not as strong as you. Watching it again would be torture for me. I didn't
it's
think he did
R-rated.
anything to try to change things around. Oh, I'm
Yeah,
serious. Did you hear when I told the story of how I yelled my boys when I went to
yeah.
pick them up at school? I yelled at them, then I realized, what the heck? They don't play for Chelsea. I
And I
pulled over
hope you
and
bought them ice
apologized.
cream, coach. Yeah, you should have bought them ice cream, coach.
But go ahead, Roger. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
yeah,
What you
no,
saying,
no.
brother?
Listen, I think the game yesterday, I think it was a collective failure from perhaps the formation, certainly the application, certainly the execution, certainly the lack of concentration. You know, the only player that I think we can safely excuse was our goalkeeper. I thought he was probably our man of the match. I thought Gusto came on, played well, stood out to me. Same with Carney Chukwuemeka, and same with obviously Mr. Christopher Nkunku. Other than that, I'm trying to think
Yeah,
who else
that
made a
finish was
difference.
delicious.
None really. Yeah. It was. It was. Yeah. It was. It even it made up for the pounding that we were receiving. It was a beautiful goal, I must admit. I didn't
Yeah,
fully
and
appreciate it.
there were you could say the box was crowded too. That's to show you how
Yeah,
difficult it was.
yeah, I didn't fully appreciate it until I saw the slow motion replay of who he had around him and how he executed that. I mean, this shows you the level of quality that he provides. The only downfall is, can he maintain a healthy regimen? Can he stay on the
Yeah,
field? Is he a viable product?
availability is the best ability.
Yeah, it's and this is something that we have been lacking sorely. So there's, listen, we're still players away, and we have to understand that this team is is a work in progress. Let's leave it at that. When we play well,
Yeah, Bobby,
we
you wanna
play.
add anything to that, Bobby?
Preach, Bobby, preach.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, go ahead.
Nkunku clearly is a cut above the rest. He really is a proper player. And
Yeah,
Roger says, our deepest concerns is how much of this proper player um, can we see every season? Because when he's fit, this is him being like 55 to 60% fit. And look at how he took his goal, pure class, ability, quality, to be able to see the gap, to time the shot such that the defenders would not be aware that it's coming and be able to block it, because that went through the line of vision and the line of touch of both Gomez and Van Dijk. Excellent goal, and of course the goalkeeper. Um, but you're right. I mean, what can we do? There's somebody called Chelsea Extra on X, and he's
Chelsea
put out a
Extra,
picture
that's
of
Eugene.
Modric and said, "Is it time for to buy a new winger?" I tell you what, some of us were agonizing when we heard the rumor that Winstanley, or is it Lawrence, or
You know Eugene, right? Eugene is he's Chelsea
whoever
Extra.
it is still got their eye on Michael Olise. Well, quite the or the performance of Modric and Madueke, who are his age range. I mean, give or take 1 or 2 years, they're all within the same age bracket. I would take him any day of the week. Sadly, he's another rather injury-prone player, but he's quality above these guys for sure. And I would definitely, if it's possible, take him and have them sweating. or throwing tantrums of, oh, I want to leave, I want to which I just think is
Broja, I
pathetic.
hope that's not my connection
Basically
today, right?
embarrassing. Yeah, I mean, it was embarrassing. I know he's raw. I know he's developing, but look, a ball coming across 60 yards, he goes to try and trap it, and he sort of sidesfoots it into a goal kick. Fast forward the other way round, the ball coming over, Luis Diaz traps the ball dead. I mean, the quality is just there to see. It's not right. The only thing that can give him anything resembling an excuse is his age and exposure to football in total. He needs coaching. He needs coaching. He played like a player that has never been coached. I can see why Pochettino is a little bit impatient with Broja, because I can imagine on the training pitch, he's running around almost giving one-to-ones basic coaching to a lot of these boys. You know, Gallagher, who I've defended to the hilt yesterday, traps the ball badly. Poor decisions in front of goal. You know, times when he could have passed to dare I say it, Sterling, who was
I
actually
think that
quite
was that
free.
Starling on
He
the left hand side. I can't quite remember. To his
it,
left.
on
I
the
can't.
Yeah,
left.
I
that
Oh,
that
can't
so
quite
was
you
remember.
know the move I'm talking about. You know the
yeah.
move I'm talking about. It was Sterling.
Yeah.
He could have fed him.
Hmm.
At least Sterling, if he has a finish on him sometimes, that is the sort of thing you'd be supposed. Sterling would do either one or two things. Either trip over the ball, place the ball to somebody that was better positioned to score, or he would have rifled it into the net low or high. That's Sterling. So but Gallagher just, I don't know what he did. Did some silly fairy type of dance and fell over the ball, started raising his hands up as if he'd been fouled, which clearly at that point he hadn't.
That
So
was a foul, though. There was one
quality.
that was supposed to be a penalty, in my opinion. But go ahead.
Oh, the penalty one was a stone wall.
Oh, a
Stone
different
wall. I
one.
mean, crikey.
Okay. Okay.
Van Dijk had his arm round him. He was pulling him back
Okay.
as well as tripping him up. So that was that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the other movement where he was one on one with the last defender, which I believe was Van Dijk or Gomez. I can't remember now. And he had the opportunity to pass to Sterling on his left, and he didn't. You see all this sort of lack of judgment, and they're showing that they can't have a short turnaround of games and go away, because it's no coincidence that every time we have a short turnaround of games and we go away, we play like we've never played football before. There's got to be a lesson in that somewhere. There's got to be. It's more than the intimidating um,
Atmosphere.
Anfield crowd, which but
Mhm.
atmosphere, which by the way, you can see, Pochettino said we're looking for character. You can see players that really have character, because that sort of environment, if I was a footballer, I really have to say that would get me going. I would love it. You go into a cauldron that's against you and you perform. I mean, this should get you fired up. I not cowering
Yeah.
away. Why are you playing football if you're going to be cowering at that sort of thing? This is your bread and butter. This is where I miss people. I mean, Didier Drogba, gosh, what a man! Even when he was not playing particularly well in his early Chelsea career, you look at the swag on it. Him, Terry, Lampard, SCM. Boy, these guys, you bring them into the middle of Wembley at a cup final. Their chest is out. They're pumped. They're ready to go. Take them to Anfield. Anfield, you're joking. The Anfield crowd will be scared of them, not the other way round. They went to Blackburn when Blackburn was a team to reckon with. Ewood Park, a Fort Knox for them. Look at what they did there. I mean, these were men. They had heart. Just see what I'm saying? They had Kel when he was new and in and amongst that team. Yes, people would say, yeah, he was learning off the best. He had all these people around him, and he would say that himself. But I've got to say, he does himself an injustice because that kid had heart. He had heart to play in that team in the first place amongst all these talented men, and he would have had heart to play in that sort of atmosphere, as he showed in the Champions League final in the at the Allianz Arena. He was, in my view, I know people like Drogba and Petr Cech stole the show because of Cech saving a penalty and putting off the the whole team did well, but I've got to say, Mikel in midfield was an absolute giant. Go watch that game again. And yesterday, the only person that I can see on that pitch that showed heart was Petrovic. He was ready to play, and to a little extent, in flashes, Enzo showed his ability to play, but the rest were hugely disappointing, and that's not acceptable. Learn from it. I believe they will, but I think one or two have shown they're not quite good enough. I didn't mention Thiago Silva because he's a veteran, and things like that just is like water off a duck's back. But so but of the kids, one or two, there's question marks about them. And for the first time, I'm putting a question mark on Modric. Will he ever make the grade? Little things tell the tale. You can't trap a ball from a 60-yard pass when it's all well within your stride. Nah, that's not it.
You have to
Desassi, I've
convert
already
that,
explained.
Bobby. That we scored that, and it's 3-2. Well, it's
Okay,
it's
the move I'm talking
2-1.
about. Okay,
Yeah. It's
everybody's got everything in their head. Yeah, he
yeah.
was a goal.
Trust.
Look at what Diaz did when he was in exactly the same place, exactly the same ball, dead. He stopped it dead. I was like, what? He could have hit it first time. He stopped it dead and laid on an excellent pass that was nearly a goal.
He's very raw.
All right, I'll come
Mudrik is
back. I
exceptionally
understand where
raw.
you're coming from. Let me get what we have in the panel in the
Question
chat. I
a
need us
lot,
to talk
a lot,
about
a lot.
Trevoh.
Hurt is.
Yeah, let me catch up with what we have in the chat for Mudrik. I'm not giving up yet because I know what he's capable of doing, and I think he needs consistent game time. And I'd argue the manager hasn't really helped when he's done well. Dean reward him with performance, rather dropped him and started stalling, but that was a miss. I'm not defending that. I would score that even if I was drunk. I have to be honest with you. Even taking 2 touches doesn't matter. He could take it to take the first touch, and the defenders will come towards him, move the ball inwards, and then you'll have a chance to finish it perfectly. But yeah, it's easy to say that, really, but chances are if you're on the pitch, you will miss it too. But he should be putting away that. After all, nice to see you, Constantine Dunn. Nice to see you. What did you do yesterday? Did you cry? Did
Big
you
up,
just went to bed and
Constantine.
sleep? I want to know. Let's see what else we have. Casado and the Sassi. Leave them out of that. Let's see what else we have. Rest, not good. For me, the only person that did well yesterday was the goalkeeper. I get it. Casado was isolated, but they will all wear crap one way or the other, except Petrovic. That's me. Maybe I need to watch it again, but I
No,
can't
you're
watch
right.
that game again. I just woke up. If Gallagher's gone, I told you he was not gonna go, but we still have probably an hour plus to go. Starling was always doubled up, so don't blame him. Yesterday, in the case of Starling too, I saw something. Was it yesterday? Yeah. I think his utmost concern is not to get injured. There was one tackle I was expecting him to go in for. He pulled his leg. But I'm not going to talk about that. They were getting overrun.
He does this every game, coach.
Yeah, okay, maybe that yesterday's the first time I saw it. You see individuals, I see game as a team functioning, and yeah, I'll say the truth. I refuse to blame any individual, and I have a expo saying that it's a game where the whole team, the entire team, was absolute horse doo-doo except the goalkeeper. I agree with you. Let's see, keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. We don't have too much time. It was mostly all a pot setting up completely wrong first half and made no adjustment in time. I feel the same. And this is not the sort of game that you say, yeah, we created tons of chances, and had we been clinical, it'd be a different outcome. No, we didn't create enough. We couldn't even play. And they don't even have their best players available, especially in the midfield. We couldn't play. So it's down to the setup, in my opinion. Why we didn't go the same way we did the last time, I don't know. But I don't want to watch that game again. I don't think I can. I don't want to get sick. Let's see what else we have here. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes that do go a long way. Gallagher positionally is everywhere, where and nowhere. And yesterday he was ineffective. Ineffectual, let me say it like Roger would say. I did say we're losing 4-1, but I hope it will be 10-1. So Poch gets exposed more and he gets the saga. It could have been 10 if Nunes, if they were clinical, it could have been worse. But here's the thing. I think we have a lot more players available for selection. You can say our most important players, some of them are available now. I'll wait a bit until they're all available. But for me, if he drops Petrovic and starts Sanchez, I'm Poch out automatically. And I've said that already because I don't see how he can justify that. And even if he shows me numbers and numbers say, yeah, Sanchez should be starting over Petrovic, I'd say no. I'm going with my eye test, and I'm no longer interested in numbers. Let's see, indefinite. I think they're having a good conversation there. I am fed up of these referees not giving any cards to any of these Manchester United players. And yeah, the referee on that day was awful, but we didn't play well enough that you'd say it was because of the referee that we lost the game. Broja gone, Sanchez gone too. Yeah, I've seen the Sanchez report. He's gone to Strasbourg on loan. Hopefully he gets to play there because he's such a talent. David Washington staying, Bobby. Let's see if he plays. Don't worry, just telling JC there. I keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. I'm going to be skipping quite a lot, and that's because we don't have too much time. Roger, let's talk about Petrovic. You could say it could have been at least a 7 or 6 had it not been for his brilliance between the sticks. And the goals he considered, I don't blame him for any. You can't blame him for any of them.
No.
Honestly, I think a lot of people didn't rate him when we signed him. That's because we didn't pay that much for him. But boy, he's one of those signings that when you look at him, when you see him perform for us, you go, wow, we got ourselves some goalkeeper here. And he's still young. But let's hear you, Roger.
Yeah, he was fundamentally sound yesterday, and he's been fundamentally sound each and every game. If I have to be absolutely ultra critical of him, I would say that he had cleared the ball, a medium clearance on a couple of occasions where he's hitting it deliberately on the right side, or sorry, his left side, which is where? Which is to whom? It's to bloody Sterling, who never goes up for the ball. So I would not do that in the future. Also, if you remember the first save where he got down with his left wrist and made a great save, he was half a step too close to his right near post, which is the golden rule, because you never should concede in your near post. I understand that, but other than that, he went up for a corner and punched and cleared the ball 25 plus yards. He was very good. I think realistically we could have at least conceded another 3 to 4 goals had he not been on top form. I thought he was sound. He never invited any errors with his passing. He cleared it first time, or he would trap the ball. I think 10 to 12 games he's played now, and that he's started, he's been solid. He's been very consistent each and every game. I think.
And before I ask you this follow-up question quickly, In a game where our
Mm.
defenders at most is 5.9 rating, he's rated 6. But the question I want to ask you is this quickly. What was that? I think, oh, I just lost it. I was going to ask you something. Do you see any situation where Pochettino drops him for, you can say, if he continues like this, ends stats Sanchez, I would go bananas. But go ahead, you were finish your thoughts. You were saying something else before the follow-up question, but let's hear you, Roger.
Yeah, the only way he's dropped is because of injury. Other than that, I can't see Poch or the coaching staff dropping him at all. I really can't. That doesn't mean it won't happen, but I don't believe it will, other than injury. I think he's been fundamentally sound in all aspects of his game. So you can't. I'm trying to think. From my recollection of each and every game he's played, he has not. He's not had any errors that have led to a goal. In fact, he's if anything, he's been quite often one of our best players, if not our best player on occasion. So, no, he's been a breath of fresh air, especially when you consider that his front defensive line have been shaky at best. I think if you put Liverpool's back line in front of him, he's solid. He'd do even better. So put that in perspective.
And Jesse's telling us here, Petrovic saved 9 shots on target, a record for Premier League in a game this season. Wow. I didn't know that. Petrovic does all the basic extremely well, all the basics extremely well. And for the first time in like 5-10 years, we have a keeper that can pick a pass just like Ederson and still has good reflexes. As good as Petr Cech was at the time, he wasn't that good with his feet. So looks like we have, in my opinion, it looks like we have a goalkeeper that has everything. He can do the sweeper keeper role. He's quick to throw the ball whenever necessary, and he finds his man. Actually, he can kick it left, right with his foot, and still finds his man. I think we signed us a good player for cheap in him. Yeah, Petrovic is clear number one. Not even a question. If Poch drops him, I will be on the Poch out train immediately. Even if when he joins another club, if that happens, I hope he doesn't. Bobby, let's hear you. You want to talk about Petrovic before we call it a day? Roger, how many minutes before the transfer window shuts?
57 minutes.
Okay. So yeah, go ahead, Bobby. Do you have anything to say about Petrovic, and do you think he should keep his place?
Yeah, Coach, Chelsea have found their number one goalkeeper. He definitely has to keep his place. Petrovic is young, and he can only get better. He reminds me of a better Thibaut Courtois, slightly smaller, but big enough to not suffer from the physical problems that Kepa had. He's agile, he's good with his feet, he limits the mistakes. As somebody said, in the chat, the best thing about him is that he does the basics well. Or was that Roger that said it? I can't remember now. But you do your basics well and then build from that. So when he pulls off a world-class save, 2 of which he had to yesterday, it's justified because he's earned his stripes. It's not a one-off thing like Sanchez. Sanchez was capable of a world-class save, but the rest of the game, you've got your heart in your mouth. Liverpool were taking corners. They're adept at free kicks and all manner of things. And the fear level is not there. You're not concerned. You just know that, look, listen, if they're going to score from this free kick, they're going to have to play a blinder, and no keeper would save it anyway. That sort of relaxed feeling. He's an assured pair of hands, and to me, he was leaps and bounds the best player yesterday. He had little or next to no protection, and he did everything he could to motivate, keep the team alive and do his job. He's somebody that in a future point, if you see him deputizing and wearing a captain's armband, you wouldn't deny him of that. He's that of that mold. His potential is great. He's done nothing in wrong to not justify his starting place since he took over from Sanchez. And sorry, Sanchez, you got a job on your hands to get that back. I don't think I don't think he ever will. I think maybe he'll put up with it for another season and then he's out the door because he's not going to be number one. He doesn't deserve to be number one. It is Petrovic's to lose now, for sure. Excellent
Yeah,
keeper.
it
I
is
love his
his, and
attitude.
I think, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you see that thing I was saying earlier about the eye of the tiger.
Mhm.
That will to win, that heart, that grit.
He has it in him,
You
yeah.
see him. He does. You see him when we're under the cosh and his chest is out. He's ready. That's why he saves penalties. That is the characteristics that make you a penalty saver as a goalkeeper. You just ooze this certain confidence that you're going to stop one of these, and you know what I mean. You're going to catch it.
He's
You're
not
like,
shaky. He doesn't come across as shaky.
I
not
just
at
want to
all.
say something.
At one point you could, no, not at all. At one point you could see in his face, he's like, bring it on. Okay, you want to breach my defense, but you won't breach me. That sort of attitude, that swag. That's what I'm looking for. That's what I want in my team, and he certainly has it for sure. Sorry, I think Roger
Yeah,
Go ahead, Roger.
can
You
I
were
wanted
saying
to
just
say
something.
something.
yeah, can I just say I think he put pressure on the penalty taker because he knows the penalty taker Nunes knew that this chap is very good at saving penalties, and I have to put it at the very side netting. And obviously, he hit the woodwork. He was pushing the envelope, obviously, and it's because I believe that he realized he has to hit a virtually perfect penalty to beat him. I think psychologically that plays in its role. I would look at him,
Into the hand.
meaning Petrovic.
Yeah.
I would
Go
look at
ahead,
Roger,
Roger.
Petrovic.
Roger, his character is, well, the only other keeper I see that has that same sort of swag that intimidates is Martinez at Villa. Now, Martinez is someone that you think, oh crikey, he's going to stop one of these. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And Petrovic is the same thing. You just know he's going to stop one. You see his face, and this geezer's not playing. It's. I love it. I'm just so glad that we've got him. Honestly,
Yeah,
sorry,
I look at
I
Petrovic.
just
No,
can't help.
not at all. I look at Petrovic, gentlemen, and I look at him as a combination of Mendy when he was at his best and Kepa when he was at his best. I think that he's a blend of both of them with their shot stopping ability
100.
and with the technical ability, especially with the feet. I think
Yeah,
he's a very good combination. I just hope he can
yeah.
stay healthy.
Well, you see, we're in
Yeah,
that stage at Chelsea now, aren't we? We're scared for every
Mhm.
player because we've
Yeah,
been so besieged with injury. A player goes down, and we're like, oh gosh,
yeah,
you sense
exactly.
it. We're traumatized. Other teams, their players go down and nobody bats an eyelid. Every Chelsea fan is on tenterhooks. Oh gosh, not another injury, not another injury. We've been traumatized by this shit.
Yeah, it's PTSD, isn't it? Really?
Yeah,
It
indeed,
sure is.
PTSD.
Really is.
Yeah, let me get what we have in the chat, and then if you guys have anything else to say, then we'll call it a day. If not, we'll call it a day. Yeah, I have to go get my boys too. I am here not one more hour to the window, or is it 10 p.m. UK time? It ends in a few minutes right now. I think it'd be right to say a few minutes. I forgot how many minutes Roger said. Roger and Bobby, Wolves have scored a set piece against Manchester United, 3-2 Wolves. Really? I thought the game had ended already. You
No,
serious?
it's 3-2 Man United. It's
It
3-2
has
Man
ended,
United.
right?
No, it's got It's 9 minutes. It's got 5 more minutes left in overtime, in injury time.
Yeah, 3-2 United. Yeah. So I'm not sure what Rich Moneymakers Leighton is telling us there. Petrovic got world class written all over him. He's our number one. And I see that, Chelsea Holic. That's how I see it. Coachella, you can ask Gallagher to remove that white shirt and put it in a cupboard until summer. Keep it ironed and cleaned. You think it still goes? I'm not going to conclude
3-3.
anything.
3-3. Come on, Wolves.
3-3.
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, wow. What a game.
Yeah.
And United drops back to 7.
I support 2 teams, Chelsea and whoever Man United's playing.
I remember I remember you saying that. Roger, anything else you want to say before we call it a day?
Yeah, come on, Wolves. I'm just kidding. Yeah, listen. This is the low point of the season thus far, and hopefully the morale can be turned around. And these are very impressionable young players we have, and we need to rebound from this. There's no doubt about it. We need to rebound. And let's see what happens. It's 47% of the season left. It's actually about 45% now. So let's see what happens.
We have to move on from it as quickly as possible. Otherwise, it could get really worse for us. Go ahead, Roger, if you were still speaking. Sorry, apologies for that.
Yeah. The other thing is, you're picking up your kids. Please buy them ice cream.
just move quickly, right?
Uncle
Bobby,
Roger says so.
I will. Honestly, I don't think I'd be comfortable letting the older one. He likes Chelsea a lot. I don't think I would want him to become a content creator. It's very stressful, really, and can be seriously distracting from every other thing. Distract you from every other thing. Let's see. Petrovic has the hardened confidence of a Czech. Petrovic, Palmer, and Nkunku seems to be the only ones with that old Chelsea confidence. Yeah. And Petrovic, for me, I'm saying I think we have a mix of the best in him. What happened? United scores?
United just scored. Yeah.
Wow. What a game. That's how many goals in total right now.
Wow, what a game.
Yeah. Roger, what we do this? Middlesbrough loss was lower. Roger, we played the same tactics here. Let's see what else we have. So no Marlin for stopgap. I don't know. We don't know whether it's happening behind the scenes. Kuchela saved 150. Listen, I was confident when I promised $50 if he leaves this January 4. The reasons I've explained, multitude of reasons. I forgot the language that Roger likes to use, but that's by the way. I want to say thank you to all of you for finding the time to join the show this particular it's afternoon now for me. I'm going to try to add the Roger's information and Bobby's information in the description section once I end the show. Thank you to all of you. Thank you, JC. Thank you, Constantine Dante. Thank you, Namaya Fawale. Thank you, Richard Moneymakers, and all of you. If I miss your name, apologies. I'm only human. See you guys next time. God bless us all, and bye.
Good night, gentlemen.
Good night, people. Bye.